What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and it is Sunday, March 30th, 2025. It's a sunny day. We're at the Buitenvelderbaan, runway 2709, in use as the only runway for inbound traffic at the moment. Very good morning to everybody. There's a queen coming in a matter of minutes. Before that, let's quickly have a look at the weather. There's wind blowing from the west. It was from the southwest. It's opening up and is expected to blow from the west to northwest today. 15 knots of wind, gusts up to 25. It is 10 degrees C, aka roughly 50 F. Few clouds at 1,200 feet. Other than that, it would be Cavoke. We had an area of rain that passed over the Netherlands overnight. This is the current runway use. Polderbaan is used for outbound traffic, Kagbaan as well, and all inbound traffic is now coming to the Buitenvelderbaan. I don't know for how long this is going to continue. Bezoekbus hasn't updated yet. It only indicates expected runway use until 11, and even that is not completely correct. I already saw that they used different runways than they forecasted last night. So I'm still waiting eagerly for an update with respect to runway use in the upcoming hours. I hope runway 27 is going to stay in use for all of the upcoming hours, so that at least we have some activity over here. If not, then hopefully 18 left will be used for departures as secondary runway. Atlas Air is flying downwind and is expected in a matter of minutes. Cargolux is underway, expected around 1:34. Emirates is on the way over the Black Sea, expected shortly before 1 o'clock. I have no idea what runway use is going to be like in the upcoming hours, so whether or not we are going to see any of these airplanes remains to be seen. The only thing I know with relative certainty is that we are going to see the Atlas pretty soon. In the meantime, good morning Wolfgang, good evening Marja, and welcome to the show all others who have joined in the meantime. So let's go back to the camera controls and have a look and see what is happening. Vueling is coming in next, arriving from Alicante. The sun is up and is making it a bit hard to see the glide slope, but we do see two airplanes over here. Vueling, flight 1377 arriving from Alicante, and on the left, Air Canada, flight 900 arriving from Montreal. Good to see you too, Wolfgang, good to see you too. It is lovely sunny weather, albeit a bit early. Here in the Netherlands we went to summertime. In other words, we have had an hour less sleep than normally would have been the case, and I'm already sleeping too little. Yeah, probably going to crash after I'm done streaming today. Good morning to all who have joined. Good to see so many of you already so early in the stream. Marianne, goedemorgen. Amelie, Hans Worst, André, Adi, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. John Dutch Canadian, good morning. Ryan, good morning. Marianne, goedemorgen. Leo, Danny, Lindsay, Stefan, Johan, welcome to the show one and all. Not too happy with the following. I already have image stabilizer enabled. It's not very smooth. Damn wind. Air Canada flight 900 arriving from Montreal up next. After that, EasyJet arriving from Newton. And after that we are going to see Atlas Air. It's turning in to become number 3. Now where is it? You'd think it'll emerge from behind the trees at some point. That's usually what happens. Let's focus on Air Canada first. This is Air Canada flight 900. It is arriving from Montreal, Canada. 5 hours and 57 minutes underway. 7878 Dreamliner. 10 years old, first flight April 2014. Erik, goedemorgen. Good morning. Marissa, good morning. Klaas, good morning. Timo, good morning. Blackburst, good morning. Adriaan, good morning. Welcome to the show. Justin, goedemorgen. Wexit Zizek, good morning. Anil, good morning. Or good evening to you. Eddie, good morning. The Dutch aviation guy, good morning. Right, first queen of the show. Number 2 now. There it is. Atlas Air arriving from Miami, Florida. Flight 5421. 8 hours and 9 minutes on the way. 12 years old. November 852 Gin Tonic. This is an EasyJet A319 arriving from London Luton. I'm going to skip it, it'll give you the cramps. Let's just focus on what is best. It's Her Majesty the Queen, Atlas Air. Now there is another Cargolux 747 coming. Expected around 1:30. Whether or not it's going to land over here remains to be seen. Probably not, unless they keep runway 27 open as the only runway for inbound traffic, which I highly doubt they will. This morning the Polderbaan was also open for arrivals. Arrivals on Polderbaan and on runway 27, the runway we are standing next to. Kaagbaan serves as primary runway for departure, so I'm thinking maybe they are switching it up today. Use runway 24 as primary outbound, 27 as primary inbound, and the Polderbaan as the intermediate that is secondary to both. We'll see once Bezoekbus updates. Although, if you guys had paid attention this morning and were looking by coincidence, you would have seen that the runway use in practice already differed from what Bezoekbus was indicating. So, let's see. For now, runway 27 is the only runway for inbound traffic, and that is our luck, because otherwise we wouldn't have seen this 747 arriving from Miami, Florida, arriving from the west. If any other runway would have been open next to this runway, it would have gone to that runway, almost certainly. Atlas Air Flight 5421. Here it is. Good morning, me, myself, dag het niet, Koenie, Tina, Mario. Welcome, guys. Hope the ambient audio is decent in terms of volume. I think it should be good. Good morning, Schalke Kenna Chef Chris. Kenna Chris Chef. Peter. Good morning. Marco. Tina. Good morning. Goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Maria, good morning. Our next airplane coming in is an EasyJet arriving from Malaga, A320. Behind it is an LL 737 arriving from Tel Aviv. And I think, yeah, there is number 3, and that is an EasyJet A319 arriving from London Stansted. So there you go, 3 airplane glide slope shot. Wolfgang says sound is good, that's good to hear. It's not stormy, but it is a bit windy, Klaus. 15 knots, gust up to 25, as you can see in the ticker. Not sure if it is going to pick up or not. The TAF was indicating winds of 20 knots with gusts up to 30 for the remainder of the day. Pretty constant presence of the wind during the daytime hours. Mind you, this is just the exception to the rule. Austria! Oi, oi! It misses an N and the word wolf. Because as you guys can see, it is otherwise lovely weather, mostly blue skies here. Few high cirrus clouds. The cloudiness that we had overnight is drifting out. We have tuggers doing their thing. I thought I heard GE90s being started. I think that's this triple. Yeah. Triple starting its engines. Morgen Lennart. Ramon, goedemorgen. Anthony, goedemorgen. Johan, goedemorgen. Christopher, good morning. Matthijs, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing here along the Buitenvelderbaan. That's runway 27. Only runway in use now for inbound traffic. There's Viagra in the air, as you guys can see. Jimmy Pirate, good morning. Glad to see you made it back home safely. Jimmy and his dad came over by bicycle yesterday. That's a bicycle ride of 2.5 hours for them. All arriving from Tel Aviv. Next heavy coming in is Turkish, now number 2. All is quiet in BizJet Central. For how long remains to be seen. But for now it is quiet. Maria, congratulations, 18 months of membership, 18 months already, so good to be here, thanks boy. Maria, thank you so much for everything you have been doing to support the channel as a member and as a very valued moderator, of course. I hope you still like both, and if either of the two is no longer to your liking, hit me up, you know how to reach me, and let me see how I can fix it then. Maria, thank you so much for everything and congratulations, 1.5 years of membership. Greenpeace still loves you for being green. Thank you so much, Maria. Good morning, Xavier Pilot, Erigio Tiger, Stove, Mika, Matt, and all the others. So we have an EasyJet arriving from Stansted, and then it is Turkish flight 1951 coming in from Istanbul. Wind is 15 knots with gusts up to 25. The wind is blowing from the west. That is headwind for the airplane's landing. That's the silver lining for them. Ari, Ohio gozaimasu, good morning, welcome back. Planespotters Arnhem, good morning. Papi Chulo, bro, goedemorgen. This is Turkish flight 1951. It is arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. 3 hours and a minute on the way. That's par for the course. In other words, a nominal flight duration. The airplane is 14 years old. The first flight was in November 2010. It's an A330-300. Will it get loud? That's the question. KLM 737 arriving from Warsaw behind it. Delta Airlines flight 56. A330neo behind it. Delta Airlines flight 72 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Hey, that's a Delta A350. It's been a while since we last saw an A350 from Delta coming to Amsterdam, at least in the streams. So I'm very happy that we are going to see one in a couple of minutes. Richard, goedemorgen. Alan, what up, mate? Good morning. Good to see ya. Hope you made good on some of your pissing off that you still needed to do yesterday. Nice use of the reversers there. Raj, goedemorgen. Karsten, goedemorgen. Mike, good morning. MayDNL, goedemorgen. Good morning. Welcome everybody. So, quite a few airplanes at the maintenance hangars. Another Dreamliner is just being delivered over there. We have a triple Delta A330. Triple Dreamliner. Triple Embraer 7.3. So yeah, quite a big chunk of the fleet parked over there. Meanwhile, over here, glide slope views of runway 27. KLM relocation flight by the looks of it, flight number 9863. Coming in from Warsaw in Poland. And on the left, Delta Airlines flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City. That's an A330neo. Daniel, goedemorgen. Erwin, goedemorgen. Maverick Dog, good morning. Bob, good evening, mate. Welcome back. Ronald, good morning. Good morning, Wiepstra, goedemorgen. John in Black, good morning, sir. Tuning in from near Personchester in the UK. Good morning, Lyric Stone. And all the others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to the only runway used for inbound traffic at the moment, runway 27. Polderbaan is used for outbound, as is Kaag. That's runways 24. I think I might have written that wrong in the ticker, come to think of it. Probably wrote 06, didn't I? Or did I? Let's see. No, I did write it correctly. Runway 24. And the Atlas Air that we saw land here just now has arrived near the threshold of runway 24. A beautiful Suparna in the background and a banana to boot. Well, let's first have a look at the landing of Delta. Delta Airlines Flight 56. It is arriving from Salt Lake City. It is an Airbus A330neo. Flight time 8 hours 15 minutes. It's the November 406 Delta X-Ray. 4-year-old airplane, first flight April 2020. Alex, goedemorgen. Bobbers, goedemorgen. Nico, goedemorgen. Good morning everybody who has joined us in the meantime. Happy Sunday to you all. Over here, sunny weather, but a bit windy. 15 knots of wind, gusts up to 25. And the wind is expected to stay rather constant in speed, although maybe it is going to open up even further to the northwest. Don't know yet what runway use is going to be like. For now, runway 27, the only runway for inbound. I'm hoping, but I'm not sure, I'm hoping that they are going to use Polderbaan for outbound together with the Kaagbaan. Yeah, Kaagbaan primary for outbound probably, given the wind direction. People were definitely pissed off to see me, so it's a good result. Attaboy. Way to go, Alan. So yeah, I'm not sure yet about runway use in the upcoming hours. Bezoek Bus hasn't updated yet, or it hadn't updated yet when I checked just now. Raj is in flight 755 to Kilo 6A. Unfortunately, we aren't going to see you that well, if we are going to see you at all. What we are going to see, however, is a Delta A350, which is now number 2 and on the left. Hey Diana, goedemorgen. Uffel 80, goedemorgen, herzlich willkommen. JB Paagman, goedemorgen. We have an EasyJet A320neo coming in from Newcastle, 54 minutes on the way. The OE Love, brand new airplane, first flight June 2024. So it's mostly headwind for the airplanes that are landing on this runway today. Although it does look like the wind is gradually turning more to the northwest, from southwest to northwest. Currently blowing west, almost directly, in other words, headwind. Rob, goedemorgen. Ron, good morning. Arzt ohne Grenzen, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. A350, Delta Airlines Flight 72, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. And behind it, another heavy hitter. That is United Airlines Flight 968, a 777-200. And another 777-200 from KLM will be appearing behind it as well. It is arriving from San Francisco. Now let me quickly go back to the computer and massively thank Karsten, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships, 5 new members courtesy of you, Karsten. And we are already nearing, or at least yesterday we were already nearing the 1200 members. When we breach the 1200, another custom emoji slot will become available. So that would be 3 in a week. Not sure if we're going to make it. We are going to make it at some point. In the meantime, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Karsten if you are one of the recipients of his 5 gifted memberships just now. Karsten, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. And welcome to the Sky Lounge new members. Delta Airlines A350 for a first time in a while that we are seeing it again in the streams here. 7 hours and 41 minutes on the way. Let's see how it lands. Solid. Nice use of the reverser. Morgen Cor, morgen Lieve. Irfana, good morning. BizJet just now took off from runway 22 in the meantime. There's the Delta A330neo gradually coming back here. Oh! That was a gust of wind blowing over my microphone. Let me quickly turn that back and let's secure it quite easily. Putting one of the legs under my camping table. That should hold it firmly in place. No issues. Alright, back to the camera controls. Here we have United Airlines Flight 968 arriving from San Francisco. Good morning, Alex, and good morning all others who have joined. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are standing here next to the McDonald's along runway 27, primary runway for arrivals today. And it looks like the airplane on the left is crabbing a little bit. If that is so, it would mean that the wind has turned a little bit further to the northwest already. So 2 wide bodies coming in, 2 777-200s, both from KLM, flight 606 in the foreground, arriving from San Francisco, and behind it, flight 674, arriving from Edmonton, Canada. Björn, good morning to you too, mate. Another day in paradise. Think twice. Here it is. KLM flight 606 arriving from San Francisco, 9 hours and 36 minutes underway. The PHBQA, 21 years old, first flight September 2003. The flaps are squeaky clean. And to my surprise, I saw that Schiphol is building a party tent. Now it's probably not used for partying, but I did see it over there. Temporary construction. Not exactly sure what the purpose is. It's probably because they're doing construction over there. Never saw it before. Noticed it just now. Hey, is that the KLM 100 years? The answer is yes, it is. With a tugger in front of it. Time for another 777-200. This is KLM flight 674 arriving from Edmonton, Canada. 7 hours and 15 minutes underway. It's the PHBQP. 17 years old, first flight April 2007. I suspect, Marissa, that tent is not for an AMS live party. I have a strong suspicion it's not for us. Sunshade for the solar farm. Yeah, maybe they're going to move it to the Polderbaan, to the north of the Polderbaan pretty soon. RDW, goedemorgen kerel. Conquista, good morning. Conquista, I think, is tuning in from Mombasa. Good morning, or I should say good evening to you, John. Welcome back, hope all is well. You guys probably heard two coots, or at least you heard the sounds of coots. There's two over here. I'll show you in a moment. Well, let's see. Oh yeah, the second one is a bit further to the left. Let's go to autofocus. There you go. Righty. Now, we have birds. You might wonder, is there bird control as well? The answer is yes. K2 is driving along over here. Bird control K2 patrolling. And the KLM 100 years in the meantime over there. Getting a tow. QJ, good morning. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing here at Runway 27, primary runway used for inbound traffic. The windsock looks like this. There is Viagra in the air. And I wonder if Bezoekbus has already updated. Let's have a quick look, shall we? Bezoekbus for the indicated runway use. Yeah, it has updated and it is saying that runway 27 is going to stay in use for arrivals all throughout the morning. Polderbaan and Kaagbaan for departures. Polderbaan and Kaagbaan for departures. Kaagbaan and Polderbaan for departures. Polderbaan and Kaagbaan for departures. Kaagbaan and Polderbaan for departures. And only around 3:20 is the runway use going to change, but runway 27 is going to stay in use as the only runway for inbound traffic all through... No, I mean, Polderbaan is also going to be used for arrivals from 11 until 11:40. So Polderbaan is the secondary runway, and runways 24 and 27 are the primary runways for inbound and outbound traffic. That's now what is going down here. So if the airplanes of interest are coming in, let's see, is that 747 then going to land over here? That's going to be when there are two runways open for outbound. So that's going to land on the cargo lux I think is going to land over here. And Emirates was shortly before 1 o'clock. It has to land right after 1 o'clock, because then it's going to land on this runway, because then this is the only No wait, I think... No, since it is coming in from the east, even with 2 runways open, with the... Yeah, I probably the A380, even if the Polderbaan is open as secondary runway for arrivals, if both of them are open, this runway and the Polderbaan, I think it is more likely, but it's a 50-50. I would say that the likelihood of it being directed to runway 27 are greater than pull around. Edwin, goedemorgen, and good morning to all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing here next to the primary runway for inbound traffic today. This is runway 27. Polderbaan is going to be used as secondary runway all throughout the day. Kaagbaan is the primary runway for outbound traffic, and Polderbaan serves as secondary runway for both inbound and outbound. So during an inbound peak, it is the second runway for inbound traffic. During an outbound peak, it is the second runway for outbound traffic. For the time being, a lot of narrow bodies are coming in. Until 11, this is the only runway for inbound traffic. From 11 until 11:40, Polderbaan is also going to open up a secondary runway. There is a Queen and a King underway. Both are expected around 1 o'clock and 1:30 respectively. The audio, the mic is probably picking up a GE90 being started. Over here we have the KLM 100 years that is also being towed to the maintenance hangars at Schiphol Oost. Lovely to see. The sun is illuminating the livery quite beautifully at this time of day. Good morning, Peter K. Hope all is well, mate. Transavia coming in. Couple of contrails in the sky. Well, they are still far away and probably aren't going to get really close. Now, you can also see just how much wind there is in the water. Surf's up, I would say. If you look at the windsock, Viagra is in the sky. Good morning, Anil. And good morning, Marlon. Gabriel, bonjour, salut mon ami. Bienvenue. Right. Over here, KLM flight 1352 arrival from Prague. That's an Embraer 175 coming in. 1 hour and 18 minutes on the way. The PH EXL. The airplane is 8 years old. First flight January 2017. Reversers. Reversers being applied. Next up will be BA flight 430 arriving from London Heathrow. This is an A320, 43 minutes on the way. It's the GE UUK. Golf Echo Uniform Kilo. The airplane is 22 years old, first flight October 2002. Now, There is another airplane in the distance. That's Vueling, Hans' favorite, flight 8300, arriving from Barcelona. And after that we are going to see an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Portugal. For the time being, narrow bodies coming in. Hey Wilma, also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Welcome back. Hope you've been well. Stan, goedemorgen. Aeolus Capital, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Small airplane also using the reversers. And you can see Viagra is in the sky. The sky is blue, that's the Viagra. And you can see the effect it has on the windsock. Adi Siegfried, goedemorgen. Good morning, one and all. Over here we have Vueling flight 8300 arriving from Barcelona. 2 hours and 12 minutes on the way. It's the ECMXG. That's Mike X-Ray Golf, 7 years old, first flight March 2018. Once again, hearing an engine being started. Indeed, spot the yellow dot. Hans' favorite now coming in. Adi Michael, goedemorgen. Stroop Alpha Aviation, goedemorgen. Lorenzo, good morning. Lorenzo asks if I think that the A380 is going to land on runway 27, and I would say there is a big likelihood. It's not 100% certain because it is coming in around 1 o'clock. If it is coming in before 1 o'clock, then there are two runways open, runway 27 and the Polderbaan, and they can send it to both. But given the direction of the wind, they probably will want to send it to runway 27. If it lands after 1 o'clock, then only this runway is going to be open and it has to land on runway 27. So I would say there's a likelihood greater than 50% that it is coming here. But I'm not 100% sure. It's Schiphol Airport after all. Nothing is ever certain 100%. This is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Porto in Portugal. KLM flight 1570. 2 hours and 26 minutes on the way. The PH NXH, 3 years old. First flight February 2022. Floaty. Nice. Well done. Well done. Good morning, Wombat Parade, and all others who have joined. Alameen, good morning. Jan Jansen, goedemorgen. Still not seeing a lot happening at the Schiphol Oost platform, the general aviation platform. So let's continue with following the airplanes that are landing over here. EasyJet coming in next, A320neo arriving from London Gatwick. And to the left we have an A319 Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb. On the right we have EasyJet flight 28674 arriving from London Gatwick, 48 minutes on the way. The OE Louis, brand new airplane, will be celebrating its first birthday next month. First flight was in April 2024. 2 hours and 30 minutes before the A380 is going to land. Let's keep an update of that every 5 minutes. Hey, Jindrusek, Arjan, morning lads. Hope you're both doing well. Owie Louie. Goedemorgen Arnold, and welcome to the show all the others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing here along runway 27, where the next airplane to arrive is going to be Croatia Airlines Flight 450, an A319 arriving from Zagreb. If you guys have been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new people like yourselves who are into aviation streams like these, but who haven't come across the channel yet. Good morning Marlon, Dukman, and Dave, and all the others. Jurk also back in the chat. Happy Sunday, mate. Good to see ya. Hope all is well. A319, Croatia Airlines Flight 450, arriving from Zagreb, 1 hour 49 minutes on the way. The airplane is 26 years old, first flight May 1998. It is a millennial. After this we are going to see Air France coming in with a Bombardier C-Series 300, an A220, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Thanks for the update, Maria. Current ETA of the A380 is 12:54. So yeah, it's going to be exciting to see if it's going to land on runway 27 or not. It's probably going to be assigned runway 27 between Polderbaan and runway 27, since it is coming to a standstill almost where it's going to park, Golf 9, or at least that's what it's usually parked at. Bird control is over there. Ger, goedemorgen, and welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Hey, first go round of the show. Air France aborting its landing. Bombardier C-Series 300 A220. First go round of the show. Gear still not retracted. That is interesting. Now it has. Right, we're going to see it pretty soon. Second try. Air France Flight 1444 was supposed to come in from London Heathrow. No, from Paris Charles de Gaulle. There you go. Hadi Paul, goedemorgen. Air Baguette not yet ready. Gertine and Jacqueline, goedemorgen, good morning. So this is Lufthansa coming in next. Star Alliance livery, Lufty Flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt. So first go round at 10:29 local time. On the left, you see something big. That's KLM Flight 702. That's arriving from Buenos Aires. 7879 Dreamliner. No, Wolfgang, I do not. Wolfgang asks if I know how many A380 gates there are. Not many. It's a big mofo. It is almost always at Golf 9, although I do believe that it has been standing somewhere else on occasion, but maybe somebody else in the chat knows. A lot of people are watching. I always say that many of them are knowledgeable, so fingers crossed somebody knows the answer to the question. KLM flight 702 next to arrive over here. 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Buenos Aires. 12 hours and 54 minutes on the way already. More than half a day. It's the PHBHL, 7 years old, first flight July 2017. Good morning Aviator and Peppy Plane and all the others who have joined. Now, flight radar says that there is an A220 to Tallinn in the background somewhere. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing it. The sun is too close by. So an early go-around from Air France, Bombardier C-Series, a couple of minutes ago. Thus far, all the other airplanes have landed in one go, but you can see that there is a bit of crosswind now. The airplanes are no longer having directly headwind. They have a little bit of crosswind. Right, next airplane coming in, KLM flight 1268 arriving from Copenhagen, and after that an A319 Lufti arriving from Munich. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing along runway 27. Runway 27 is the primary runway for inbound traffic today. The secondary runway is the Polderbaan, but that's also the secondary runway for outbound traffic. So when there's an outbound peak, it is Kaagbaan, runway 24, and Polderbaan, runway 36 left that are being used for outbound traffic. When there is an inbound peak, runway 27, this runway, and runway 18 right, the Polderbaan from north to south will be used as secondary runway. Now, flight radar also says that there is a police helicopter at Schiphol Oost ready to take off. It's probably behind the shield over there. So I'm keeping a close eye on it. We're standing relatively close by here. Joko, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined. Not seeing the police helicopter just yet. Right, so this is KLM flight 1268 arriving from Copenhagen, an hour and 6 minutes on the way. The PHB XW, 17 years old, first flight December 2007. Ah, and the police helicopter in the background. It's going to make a combo shot. If I keep the field of view a bit wide. And Air France is now third to try again. The first and only go-around thus far of the show. Air France flight 1444. Bombardier C-Series, aka A220. Good morning, green light. Amelie has to go, unfortunately. That's a pity. John put a couple of suggestions for the emojis. That's great. I haven't had time yet. I will have a look tomorrow. If I hopefully have time. Quite busy End of the first quarter. Also have some administrative things to do tomorrow. Oh, it's the police helicopter once again doing circles around the tower. Thanks for letting me know, John. I'll have a look when I have the time. Well, only briefly. Good morning, Marga. This is Lufti, A319, arriving from Munich. Landing quite floatily. Windsock currently looks like so. Let's have a look at the METAR, see what has changed. We had 15 knots of wind with gusts up to 25 in the ticker and wind blowing directly from the west. An update of the METAR now says that we have 20 knots of wind with gusts up to 30 and the wind is opening up. It is now west-northwest. And this is the runway heading of the airplanes that are landing. So there is headwind mostly, but a little bit of crosswind. And we have few clouds at 1800 feet, almost cavalcade conditions, but not quite. Let me update the ticker with the METAR and also the runway use, since we now know what the runway use is going to be like. And there we go. Update the font and color. And arrivals 27 and 18. Right, here we go. Hadi Lise, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Air France, second attempt. A220, flight 1444. Went around early on its first attempt. Now we can see it landing successfully here on runway 27. That was the only go around thus far. No issues on its second landing. Next airplane coming in is a little bit bigger. Air Canada, flight 808 arriving from Toronto. There it is already. And what else is in the pipeline? Not much by the looks of it. Transavia, pretty far away still, coming in from Salzburg. So first up, Air Canada flight 808, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, 6 hours and 32 minutes on the way. 10-year-old airplane, first flight July 2014. And for those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to runway 27, primary runway for inbound traffic. Wind is blowing from the west to northwest, 20 knots, gusts up to 30. One go around thus far. It landed on its second attempt just now, minutes ago. Polderbaan is in use for both inbound and outbound traffic, as runway 36 left for outbound and 18 right for inbound. The primary runway for outbound traffic today is the Kaagbaan, runway 24. 1747 already landed in the beginning of the show. And the A380 and another 747 are underway. Good morning, Jeroen. Good morning, Stove. Good morning, Laura. And all the others who have joined. Welcome to the show. The Kurt as well. Next airplane to arrive over here, arriving from Salzburg, is Transavia flight 6006. That's a 737-800. Flight time 1 hour and 26 minutes. 7-year-old airplane, first flight April 2017. And on the left you can see the contours of a 737-900. That's KLM flight 1930, arriving from Geneva. Martien, goedemorgen. Stoof, goedemorgen. And all the others who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. Even guys are enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It helps to bring in new people like yourselves into aviation streams such as these, but who haven't learned about AMF Live's existence yet. Good morning, Xavier, who is tuning in from Indonesia. So good evening to you, I would rather say. And also good morning, Laura. Laura came in with a bang just now, gifting 5 memberships. Laura, thank you so much, mate. That's 5 new members, courtesy of you. Slowly but surely we are inching towards 1,200 members, and that would mean another custom emoji becoming available. For now, 5 new members, courtesy of Laura. Don't forget to say thank you if you are one of the recipients of a gifted membership, whether it is from Laura or from somebody else. There are 30 custom emojis at your disposal for a month. If you received a gifted membership, use the emojis however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed, but you're allowed to use the emojis as much and frequent as you want. Laura, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Transavia landing. Next up, KLM flight 1930, which is going to arrive from Geneva. That's a 737-900. And on the left, a bigger airplane. That's an A330-300. KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver, Canada. The sun is slowly but surely creeping upwards in the sky, and that means that the lightslope visibility is improving a little. Luc, goedemorgen. Hans, goedemorgen. Milan, goedemorgen. Welcome everybody. One go around thus far. That was an early aborted landing. Air France flight 1444. Around 10:30 local time. This is KLM flight 1930 arriving from Geneva. Status quo. With respect to the windsock, you can see the sky is blue, and that is the Viagra that is in the air today. And you can see the effect it has on the windsock. Pretty erect. Next up, A330. A330-200 KLM flight 682 arriving from Vancouver. 8 hours and 57 minutes underway. It is 19 years old. It's the PHAOC FWOC. FWOC began flying in 2005, October that year. Tarom will be arriving after that. Tarom flight 361 arriving from Bucharest. Zico Sour, good morning. Two airplanes on the glide slope. Tarom arriving from Bucharest, flight 361. That's on the right. On the left we have ITA, the Bombardier C Series 100, flight 120. Coming in next. And in the meantime, Jan Jansen is celebrating 8 months of membership, still enjoying the stream. 8 months completed. Mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. I'm happy to hear that you're still liking the streams. Hope that goes for everybody. Mate, thank you so much for the ongoing support, Jan. If anything in the lounge is running low in supplies, let me know and I'll make sure to restock everything. Jan, thank you so much for the support. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, Lars and all the others. Tarum coming in first, flight 361 arriving from Bucharest. After that we are going to see the Bombardier from ITA. Lighting unfortunately this time of day not the best, but there you go, it is still an ITA A220. Flight time for Tarum 2 hours and 39 minutes. Nice low-key wheelie. Well done there. Good morning, Run Mark. Good morning, Matthias. Guten Morgen. John says we need more vodka in the lounge. Coming up. I'll put it on the groceries list. I'll get at it right after I'm done streaming. This is ITA Airways flight 120 arriving from Milan. Bombardier C-Series 100. It's the EIHLA. Airplane a year old. First flight October 2023. Let's see, A320neo, KM Malta after that, arriving from Milan. Transavia after that, arriving from Ljubljana in Slovenia. Nice linear 3 airplane glide slope shot, although you have to look closely to see the third airplane on the far left. Not yet the lights on. Beautiful ITA, flight 120, arriving from Milan, 1 hour 38 minutes in the way. The airplane a year old. Let's see how it does. Whoa. Gust of wind pulling down the camera. So the wind is now blowing with 20 knots and gusts up to 30. Windsock looks like this, more and more crosswind. Next to come in, KM Malta flight 394 arriving from Malta. You guessed it. 3 hours and 8 minutes on the way. It's the 9H NEC NEC. 5-year-old airplane, first flight September 2019. And Transavia arriving from Ljubljana after that. In about 10 minutes, we're going to see an inbound peak. And that means that Polderbaan is also going to open up until approximately 11:40 for inbound traffic arriving from the west. Rally team, goedemorgen. Harvey, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is runway 27. Runway 27, primary runway for inbound traffic. Wind blowing from the east to west to northwest. A little bit of crosswind for the airplanes landing here. This is Transavia flight 6820 arriving from Ljubljana. The wind speed is now 20 knots with gusts up to 30. One go around thus far, that was Air France Bombardier C-Series 200. 300. Happened at around 10:30 local time. Jens, good morning. Good morning, me, myself. And me, myself says, can you catch airplanes flying over from the southwest on their glide scope? You mean the downwind lag? On paper I should be able to see them, if I know where I need to look. Triple from Cape Town, for instance, I think is flying near the sun somewhere, because I'm not seeing it. On paper it should be close by. This is KLM flight 1918, arriving from Zurich, Embraer 190. 1 hour and 18 minutes on the way. The PHEZZ, 11 years old, first flight November 2013. And after that, we are going to see the second ITA of today's show. ITA flight 108, arrived from Rome. That's an A321neo. After that, an E2 Embraer 195, arriving from Munich. I'm still looking up to see where that 777 that is arriving from Cape Town is flying. Normally speaking, you should be able to see it. I'll be damned if I can see it. Yeah. As you can see, people have gathered here and are also standing right next to me. This is ITA Airways flight 108. Arriving from Rome. A321neo, 2 hours and 11 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane, first flight July 2024. Oh yeah, something passing right over me. That's a bit easier to see. Inbound traffic on the downwind leg. That was the KLM 777-300 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa pretty soon. First up, ITA Airways arriving from Rome, A321neo, and after that we are going to see an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Munich. Oh, gust. Again, oh. Oh! I thought I had my utility card on the brake. Apparently it wasn't. It's also holding down my camping table. That is now set on the brakes. One of the wheels is on my camping table. Utility cart was blown towards the water. Had to intervene, otherwise it would have driven, well, into the sand over here. I'm keeping the utility cart with one wheel on my laptop tent so that it doesn't move. The laptop tent is keeping the tripod of the blimp in place. Right, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Munich, KLM flight 1850. Flight time 1 hour and 18 minutes. PHNXO, 2 years old, first flight January 2023. Andy's Journey asks, what's up with the camera? Is something wrong? Something wrong with the footage? Or with the audio? Here's the ITA. Now let's see, next up is going to be KLM flight 1002 arriving from London Heathrow. Another A321neo from KLM this time. All good, nothing wrong. Okay, cool. KLM flight 1002 is coming in from London Heathrow, A321neo. Let's see, 47 minutes on the way. The PH-AXD, FAXD, which had its first flight last December. Right. This is an A321neo, and we have a regular A321 from Aegean coming in from Athens right after this. First up, FAXD. No longer people standing in the way. Some people aren't exactly aware of where the camera is pointing to. But the man understandably wanted to take a shot of some of the airplanes landing here. So for those of you joining us later, only one go around thus far, an early aborted landing by Air France flight 1444. It happened around 10:30 a.m. local time. The runway we are standing next to is the primary runway for inbound traffic all throughout the upcoming hours. The secondary runway opening up in a matter of minutes, maybe it has already opened, is the Polderbaan. Now the Polderbaan is also a secondary runway for outbound traffic. So Polderbaan is being used in both directions today, 36 left and 18 right. In the meantime, you can see that the pilots of Aegean are struggling with the wind. The wind is opening up, and that means it's going more to the north, and that means more crosswind. Flight 3624 arriving from Athens. 3 hours and 12 minutes on the way. And despite their struggles, landed in one effort beautifully. Nick, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others. Wart, goedemorgen. June, good morning. Current status quo, the wind and the windsock. The windsock is indicating ever more crosswind. Let's quickly turn back. KLM flight 508 is arriving. It is a 777-300 arriving from Cape Town, and that is in South. Here it is. Number 4, our flight radar tracked by 504 people. Rookie numbers, we have more viewers than that. 11 hours and 29 minutes on the way. The airplane is the PH-BVV, Bravo Victor Victor. This airplane is 4 years old, first flight December 2020. If you guys have been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new audience, people like yourselves, into streams like these, but who haven't learned of AMS Live's existence yet. And subscribe if you want to stay updated about upcoming streams and whatnot. Be the first to be notified. This is KLM flight 508. 11 hours and 29 minutes on the way. And from this airplane to the next, 2 consecutive 777s arriving both from South Africa. This is arriving from Cape Town. The next airplane will arrive from Johannesburg. Setting the standard. And even today, the pilots are using idle reverse, not spooling up the engines. Next up, KLM flight 592. That is another 777-300ER. It is arriving from Johannesburg in South. Now number 7 on flight radar, tracked by 420 people. 10 hours and 54 minutes on the way. It's the PHBVN, that's Bravo Victor November. It is 10 years old, first flight February 2015. And after that we are going back to a mini 777, an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Oslo. Gratje, goedemorgen Roadhog. Good to see you, mate. Ben Pepper, good morning. B-Dubs says, best live plane channel out there. Big words, big words. Thank you for your appreciation. Not sure if I'm the best out there, but I do my best to give you the best I can. I will tell you that. Monique, goedemorgen. Good morning to all others who have joined. So it is lovely weather over here. Despite the wind, if you look around, you can see it is nearly KVK. In fact, well, no, yeah. There are a few clouds over here. Let's do an update of the weather report, the METAR in the ticker after this landing to see what has changed. So yeah, it is a lovely day except for a bit of wind. One go around thus far, half an hour ago, around 10:30. Air France flight 4044 aborted quite early. That's the only go around thus far. Lance, good morning, mate. Good to see you again. Salut, Jean-Yves. Windy indeed. Last time we checked the METAR, it was 20 knots with gusts up to 30. And I wonder if that has changed. Play will be next. No, not next. After the next airplane play is going to arrive. This is the current status quo. Windsock is pretty erect. The sky is blue, and that is because of Viagra. Looking at the weather report, this is the wind situation in the METAR as it was in the METAR that is in the ticker. And a refresh is telling us that the wind has increased to 21 knots with gusts up to 31. The wind is still firmly blowing from the west to northwest. We have 10 plus kilometers of visibility. It is not yet KVK because we have few clouds at 2,000 feet. Other than that, it would have been KVK. Ceiling and visibility okay, not quite just yet. 11 degrees Celsius is the current air temperature. I'm pasting the METAR into the ticker. Then I'm going back to the camera controls to film the next landing. So yeah, for those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. Just one go around yet, and I also, before going back to the camera, I want to thank Jörg aka JD, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. You didn't have to do that, you know that, but you did it anyway. Jörg, thank you so much. Hope everybody who received a gifted membership from you will say thank you or dankeschön, and will enjoy the custom emojis that you have at your disposal. 30 of them for a month if you received a gifted membership. Spamming is not allowed, but you can use custom emojis as much as you want. By all means, please do so. Monique, TUI is coming in right after Play is coming. Play is the first next airplane to arrive, and TUI is next after that. You can already see TUI at the 8 o'clock of the airplane that is number 1, and that is Play. Play A321neo coming in from Reykjavik, Iceland. A custom emoji that, if you are a member, can use, for instance, one of the 30 to use. Indeed, Wolfgang, also TUI, and you can also use the Viagra windsock emoji on a day like today. That is definitely an appropriate emoji for today's weather circumstances. Iceland Air, flight 460 coming in from Iceland, Reykjavik, Iceland, 2 hours and 42 minutes on the way. Hey, and the Dash 8 of the Coast Guard, must have missed it, going out on a coastal patrol today. Now, believe it or not, the next couple of weeks at least according to the current long-term weather forecasts, we are going to have dry and sunny weather. And the weather forecasts today indicate temperatures upwards to 20 C later in the week. That's 70 F. The difference with today. Now, this is play flight 460, an A321neo, 2 hours and 43 minutes on the way. The airplane a year old, first flight May 2023. Good morning, aviation by Jensen. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all was well. Welcome back to the future with the time change. Yeah, it was a short night tonight. Absolutely. I'm expecting an inevitable crash later in the afternoon when I'm done with the stream. For now, I'm going to stay put. A lot of action over here. Runway 27 is the primary runway for arrivals today. Secondary runway for arrivals is the Polderbaan S18 right. Now it's also the secondary runway for departures as 36 left. The primary runway for outbound traffic today is runway 24 the Kaagbaan. This is play coming in from Reykjavik, and after play we are going to see TUI. Marissa says, speaking of Iceland, Iceland Air is sending a 767 today, still flying above the UK. That is good news. Now, unfortunately, all their 767s have been repainted in their modern livery, haven't they? Or are there still 767s flying out there from Iceland Air in the blue and orange? That would be nice. Either way, this is TUI Flight 365 arriving from Bonaire. Apologies. 8 hours and 44 minutes on the way. Touching down nicely here. It could have gone around, but it didn't. It wasn't necessary. Could you believe it? Yeah, their PAX fleet all in the new livery. That's a pity. Still, 767s. Don't see them very often, although United have been sending quite a few recently. Alrighty, it is time for a Dreamliner. KLM Flight 668 arriving from Austin in Texas. Not Houston, but Austin. Not to be confused. The two sound very similar, Austin and Houston. But this is Austin, Texas, 7879 Dreamliner, 8 hours and 50 minutes on the way, the PHBHF. The airplane is 8 years old, first flight April 2016. It was a good landing, wasn't it, Wolfgang? Very kawaii. Let's see, KLM 737 arriving from Vienna, coming in after this, flight 1902. What else is coming? Ah, another Dreamliner arriving from New York, JFK. Hey, that's nice, Raj. We saw this leave in yesterday's stream. Full circle. There you go. A tail with a beginning and an end. So for those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing next to runway 27, primary runway for inbound traffic. Viagra is in the air. That is why the sky is also blue. You can see the effect it has on the windsock. One go around thus far. Air France flight 1444, Bombardier C Series 300, aka A220. It went around 40 minutes ago, around 10:30 local time. Good morning, Dick. Good morning, Mid KS, and all the others who have joined. This is KLM flight 1902, arrival from Vienna, 737-800. And on the far left we see KLM flight 644, that's a 787-10 Dreamliner, arrival from New York, JFK. Wind plus suck is equals wind suck. Nice one, Peter. Nice one. Now, Amos Live audience is very creative. We could see that yesterday in the chat. Jokes in abundance, puns and play on words regarding the Coots. Had great fun yesterday. Thank you all so much for the banter. After the 787-10 from New York, or KLM coming in from New York, we are going to see Delta Airlines flight 236 arriving from Tampa in Florida. That's an A330 coming in. Thought I had locked the tilt axis. Now it has. It has been locked. Good morning, Dutch Aviation, and all others who have joined. So the wind is blowing from the northwest. And that means that there is a little bit of crosswind for the airplanes that are landing here on runway 27, the primary runway for arrivals. Also one of the Coots doing a little bit of a swim, but not going in against the wind. Lazy bum. Good morning, Amsterdam planespotting. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you. KLM 787-10 Dreamliner, flight 644, arrival from New York, JFK. Next, Delta. Delta flight 236, arrival from Tampa in Florida. Here it is, A330-300, Delta Airlines flight 236, arrival from Tampa in Florida. That's 8 hours and 21 minutes on the way. It's the November 815 November Whiskey. 8 years old, first flight. 18 years old, first flight January 2007. While the airplane is drifting in, let me head over to the computer and thank the Dutch Farang. Or is it Farang? Farang, probably. Who just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Dutch Farang, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you for your vote of confidence and choosing the Aurora Sky Lounge as your place to hang out in. If you need to know where things are, there are many members already in the lounge. They'll happily show you around. Welcome and thank you to Dutch Farang, our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. In the meantime, K3 is over here making sure that there are no birds ending up in airplane engines, or at least doing its best. John asks, what does morgen mean? Morgen is an abbreviation for goeiemorgen, which means good morning. So it's basically the equivalent of morning. The Dutch equivalent of morning, morgen. It is a bit of an abbreviation. The actual word for morning in Dutch is morgen, M-O-R-G-E-N. So it's a bit of a different way of writing it. But morgen actually means morning. It's the equivalent of saying morning. Now, Mario says it's getting better. The ETA of the A380 is now 12:50. Means there's only one runway open for inbound, right? Yeah, only one for inbound. That means runway 27. Now also, a big thank you to Mark Abraham, who is celebrating 3 months of membership today. Mark, thank you so much for your continued support. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. Do let me know if something is running low or if something is no longer to your liking. Thank you so much for your continued support, Mark. Here's to many more months to come. We can see a small Embraer 175 on the right, struggling with wind. It is arriving from Billund, flight 1292 from KLM. And on the right, on the left, we have KLM flight 775. That's an A330-200 coming in from Piece of Shit. No, that's Port of Spain. Apologies. And after that, another wide body is coming in. KLM flight 696, A330 from KLM, arriving from Toronto, Canada. Hey there, Clouds, good to see ya. Aditya, good morning. Peter Jongeneel, goedemorgen. Good morning, Aspen. And welcome to the show, everybody. The Embraer is struggling with the wind. Or at least they were in the sky, but on touchdown, no issues whatsoever. Hey Gisela, guten Morgen. Servus. Next airplane coming in, KLM flight 775, arriving from Port of Spain. That's an A330-200, 8 hours and 35 minutes on the way. It's the FWOF, PHAOF, 18 years old, first flight November 2006. And let me quickly head over to the computer. And thank Aviation by Jensen for his 8th month of membership celebration, eating stroop waffles and getting 24/7 coffee. That sounds like heaven to me. Mate, thank you so much for the support. Always nice to have you in the chat. Hope you still like being a member. And if you're not, then hopefully you are going to stick around as a frequent visitor for many more months to come. Thank you so much for the support, mate. Good morning to everybody who has joined. Grant, Kiora, Martin, good morning. Martin also loves stroopwafels. I think I think you need to look with a magnifying glass to find people who don't like stroopwafels. Is there anybody who has eaten them who doesn't like stroopwafels? Good morning, Cadaver. Booyah, good morning. And Mike is indicating us that the 767 from Iceland Air is expected in around an hour or so from now. Only one go around thus far. That was an early aborted landing. Air France flight 1444. Bombardier C-Series 8220 arriving from Paris. Windsock is still pretty erect. All the blue in the background you see, that's Viagra in the sky. Runway is running from east to west, or west to east if you will. So there's a little bit of crosswind. Looked like there was a bit more crosswind earlier. More headwind again now. A small component of the wind is crosswind. Most of it is headwind. This is KLM flight 696 attempting to land here at runway 27. Arriving from Toronto, Canada. 6 hours and 32 minutes underway. The PHAKD. Fuck D. Oh fuck D too. 13-year-old airplane, first flight, March 2012. QJ doesn't like stroopwafels. There's always the exception to the rule. also doesn't like fresh stroopwafels. Too sweet to his liking. So yeah, not everybody loves stroopwafels, but I think the vast majority of the population does. Dukman says, when we throw an AMS live party, we should have stroopwafels for sure. Absolutely. And vodka. So let's see, this is an E2 Embraer 195 on the right coming in from Brussels, and on the left we have an A321neo arriving from Boston. Hey, interesting. JetBlue. KLM flight 1705 arriving from Brussels, E2 Embraer, a mere 32 minutes of flight time. The PH NXF, 3-year-old airplane, first flight October 2021. Right, so we are also relatively close by to Schiphol Oost, the general aviation platform over there, BizJet Central. Not much going on at the moment. Bird control is over there. Quite a few airplanes from KLM that are parked in front of the maintenance hangars. Here's a Transavia, Dreamliner, and triples, Embraer, and a 73. There's a Subarna 747 over there, and a DHL Banana. And looks like the Singapore Airlines A350 is on the move. So that is going to take off from runway 24 instead of 18 right. 36 left. Let's quickly look at JetBlue's landing, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. Landing without any issues here. Good morning, Pixie, and all others who have joined. Next airplane is an A321 BBN Airlines, but the picture on Flight Radar says A-Jet and the Dolo Jet. It's arriving from Istanbul, 3 hours and 10 minutes on the way. The airplane is 16 years old already. First flight May 2008. Hey there, Leiders, good morning. And all the others who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing here next to the Buitenvelderbaan, runway 27. Primary runway for inbound traffic. Secondary runway for inbound traffic is the Polderbaan as runway 18 right. Now the Polderbaan also serves as a secondary runway for outbound traffic as 36 left. The primary runway for outbound traffic is runway 24. And that is because we have wind blowing from west to east, more or less. One go around thus far. And Marissa says that it looks like the Polderbaan closed for inbound. Planes from the west still coming to our runway. That is good news. In the meantime, we might pick up the sound of KLM flight 655 that is leaving for Minneapolis. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner. This is KLM flight 1216 arriving from Stockholm. It's a 737-800. 1 hour and 42 minutes on the way. The PHBCE, 11 years old, first flight March 2014. Good morning, George T. and all the others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Happy Sunday to you all. Next up will be Iberia Express arriving from Madrid. Iberia Express arriving from Madrid, flight 1791. And good morning Bogdan, who is tuning in from Brasov in Romania, and welcome to the others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We have wind blowing from the west to northwest. Last time we checked the meter, it was 21 knots with gusts up to 31. Just one go around thus far. It happened almost exactly an hour ago, around 10:30 local time. It was Air France flight 1444 that aborted early, arriving from Paris. Landed successfully on its second try, a couple of minutes later. Iberia Express arriving from Madrid, flight 1791. It's an A320neo, 2 hours and 20 minutes underway. 23-year-old airplane, first flight February 2002. Alright, nicely done. Windsock currently looks like this, again indicating a bit more crosswind, but also headwind. Danny, goedemorgen. Latte macchiato, nice. With a new coffee machine. What kind of machine have you bought? Just interested. Is it a piston machine where you have to do the work yourself, or is it an automatic machine where you just have to put in the beans and the milk? This is KLM flight 1030 on the right, arriving from Persenchester. Having traversed the Gulf of Yorkshire to get here. Embraer 175 and another Embraer 175 on the left. That is KLM flight 1070 arriving from Southampton. And the A380 to Schiphol is now over Vienna, coming this way. Herpa Derpa Derpa is over Lelystad, Marissa says. That's the 75 years herpes special. German Airways. Alright, nicely done. There's another METAR being published, or there has been a new METAR published a couple of minutes ago. There's always a new update of the weather report here at Schiphol Airport, 25 minutes past the hour and 5 minutes to the hour. Usually it takes several minutes before it is published on the website that I use. So in a couple of minutes I'm expecting the new weather report, and I'm curious to see what the wind has been doing. It feels like it has been rather constant. Hadi Clemencia, goedemorgen. Samantha, goedemorgen. Cadaver says, is Schiphol under construction? It almost always is. They're working along the road here. They're also working at the terrain of Schiphol itself. I saw a big party tent. It's behind me. I will show you in a minute. So over where I am standing, construction is taking place. Here's a little hole. We have some fence work over here. Stuff is along the cycling path, and there's also a there's also a party tent over there on the terrain of Schiphol itself. Party! Now the windsock still very erect. The The blue that you see is Viagra in the air. Let's see, it is now 11:30, so probably in a few minutes from now the next weather report is probably going to be published. So let's have a look. This is KLM flight 1662. It is arriving from Bologna. It's an Embraer 175, and after that we are going to see an E2 Embraer 195, also from KLM. This Embraer 175 has been flying for an hour and 55 minutes. PHEXP, 7 years old, first flight July 2017. Windsock situation. Let's go over to the computer. First of all, to re-welcome Stove, who just became another member from the Aurora Sky Lounge. Stove, thank you so much for choosing AMS Live and the Aurora Sky Lounge once again as your place to hang out in. Let's have a look at the weather report and do a refresh. Now the wind is 22 knots, constant, no gusts are reported. The wind direction is still northwest, more or less. Few clouds at 2,000 feet, and that is why it isn't KVK yet. Might change. Otherwise, 12 degrees Celsius is the temperature. That is roughly 54 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm copying the weather report and I will be pasting it in the ticker, and then it's back to the camera controls for you guys. The weather report, for those of you who don't know what it means, the meter is the weather report that is updated twice an hour and tells you everything you need to know as a pilot concerning the weather conditions at the airport the weather report is from. So it starts with EHAM. EHAM together with AMS are two international abbreviations for Schiphol Airport. Then the date and time of the report, the 30th, that's the day, 9:25 Zulu, that is 11:25 Central European time. The wind speed is 22 knots from 290 degrees. The wind direction is variable between 260 degrees and 330 degrees. Visibility is 10 kilometers or more, that's 9999. Few clouds at 2,000 feet. The air temperature is 12 degrees. The dew point is 6 degrees Celsius. The QNH, that's the air pressure, 1014 hectopascals. And no SIG means no significant changes are expected in the upcoming 2 hours. In the meantime, let's quickly go back. Air Oink Oink is arriving from Istanbul. It's the A321neo flight 1251. 3 hours and 13 minutes on the way. Airplane a year old, first flight February 2024. Nick asks, what does KVK mean? It's CAVOK. Ceiling and visibility are okay. When the lower, in the case of Schiphol Airport, the lower 5,000 feet around the airport are clear of clouds and rain and other precipitation, it is written as KVK, means that the ceiling and visibility are okay. In other words, no rain, no clouds around the airport up to an altitude of 5,000 feet in the case of Schiphol, but I think that depends on the airport. Until which added altitude. Now, also going back to the laptop, because I saw that Jürgen just now became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Jürgen, mate, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Hope you will like it in the lounge. Herzlich willkommen. Thank you so much for the support and welcome to the Sky Lounge. You have 30 custom emojis now at your disposal. That goes for all members, whether you have become a member on your own or if you received a gifted membership. There are 30 custom emojis at your disposal. Use them however you see fit. Right, quick sip of AMS Live vodka and then it is back to the camera controls. Our next airplane is approaching. It is an Embraer 190 KLM flight 1284. And there it is. Coming in from Aalborg, KLM flight 84, I should say. The wide bodies are coming. 2 narrow bodies coming in first, and then 2 wide bodies, Delta Airlines and KLM, with an A330 and a 787-10. Good morning, Johnny. Nice to see you again. I'm doing well. Hope you are too, mate. And Wolfgang, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. 5 gifted memberships, I think, because we crossed through 500 likes. Mate, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Wolfgang if you are one of the recipients of his 5 gifted memberships just now. Use the custom emojis that you have at your disposal for a month, however you see fit. Wolfgang, thank you so much, my friend. You really didn't have to do that. And Marissa says, are you ETA on Flight Radar 24 still in winter time? Let's see. What does it say here? Air Arabia is expected 10:38. So yeah, I think they are still in winter time. Over here I see, for instance, Air Arabia Morocco coming in from Tangier, the number 2, as 10:38 with an ETA, so Flight Radar hasn't updated yet. Goedemorgen Patrick and all the others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We are standing next to runway 27, the primary runway for arrivals. Wind is blowing from the northwest. And this is the Herpa Derpa Derpa coming in from Aalborg. Embraer 190 going viral with herpes for 75 years. There it is. Herpa Derpa Derpa. Landing without any issues whatsoever. Chris Coot is doing cardio over here, swimming in against the wind. Swimming against the wind, pretty nice exercise with the prevailing wind. Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Tangier, that's in Morocco and that's in the north of. Coming in next, A320. Now I also saw that Jörg went ahead and gifted 5 memberships as well. Mate, you didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Thank you so much, Jörg. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you just now will say thank you for it. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. Don't forget to use those custom emojis. You have access to them for a month. Jörg, thank you so much. Wolfgang, thank you too. And thank you all for 500 likes. Now, if you are enjoying the stream but you haven't added to the likes already, consider doing so. It really helps to bring in awesome people like yourselves who are into streams such as these, but who haven't heard about the channel yet. Your likes help to promote the content on the front page of those who watch airport streams, but who haven't clicked on one of the streams yet. Maybe entice them to do so. Find out that there's an awesome community behind AMS Live that they might want to be a part of or become a part of. Air Arabia Morocco, flight 127 arriving from Tangier in Morocco, 3 hours and 13 minutes on the way. Zero issues whatsoever. Hey, MidKS says Delta Airlines Flight 48 stopped climbing and seems to be turning back. That's interesting. Howdy Koen, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Delta Airlines Flight 49. Okay. Delta Airlines Flight 49 may be returning. That went to, or was supposed to go to New York, right? Maintenance issues. Interesting. Interesting. Good morning, ha luisteraar. Arjan, goedemorgen. Wat een topplekje. Jellard also in the chat. Good morning, guys. This is Delta Airlines Flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. A330-300, 7 hours and 10 minutes. The journey has lasted. How to butter a landing. Lesson by Delta. Make no mistake, guys, make no mistake. This unit may prevent you from hearing wind rumble, but it certainly isn't calm over here by any stretch of the imagination. We still have windy conditions here. So that's quite a feat that these pilots are performing. This is KLM flight 758. 78710 arriving from Panama City, 9 hours and 30 minutes on the way. The PHBKL, 2 years old, first flight June 2022. Once again, I am going back to the computer because I saw that Bogdan just now became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Bogdan DDB Brasov, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. Thank you for your vote of confidence. I hope you are going to like it in the lounge. If you need to know where stuff is, there are many members that went before you into the lounge and will happily tell you where you can find stuff. Now also at your disposal are the 30 custom emojis. Please, members, use them, abuse them, however you see fit. They're there for a reason, to be used and to be enjoyed. Howdy Frans, goedemorgen. Ton, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. So, Delta Airlines is flying along the coast, Doekman says, around Bergen aan Zee. Apparently returning. 2 narrow bodies we can see. In the foreground, the number 190 that is arriving from Dublin, Ireland. And behind it is number 190 that is arriving from Newcastle. Pjotterke, goedemorgen. Dans, good morning. Karin, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Bear with me, good morning. One go around we have seen thus far. Air France flight 1444 arrived from Paris. That was a Bombardier C-Series 300. Happened around 10:30 local time. Did land successfully on its second try, and it was an early abortion. The landing was not yet fully grown when the abortion took place. Johnny asks if the Grebes finished their job. Well, the day before yesterday, last time I was standing next to the Grebes nest, I could see that they had fortified it. Whether or not it is still there, whether or not the Grebes are still occupying it, I don't know. This is a bit further upstream, downstream, whatever you would like to call it. More in the immediate vicinity of the McDonald's. And from here it is impossible for me to see the nest. So I wouldn't know for sure. Hihi, I could see. Indeed, Lise. YouTube, goedemorgen. YouTube is located in Almelo, apparently. Here I thought YouTube was in the United States. Haha, flauw. I know. Right. Vincent, goedemorgen. Good morning to all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to runway 27, the primary runway for inbound traffic today. Polderbaan is the secondary runway for inbound traffic. It is also the secondary runway for outbound traffic, funnily enough. So Polderbaan today in use in both directions, not simultaneously, but when there is an inbound peak, the Polderbaan serves as runway 18 right for arrivals. During an outbound peak, right now for instance, it serves as runway 36 left, secondary runway for outbound traffic. Runway 24, the Kaagbaan, is the primary runway for inbound traffic. The wind today is blowing from the west to northwest, more northwest now than west. Hence the reason this runway is now in use for all the arrivals coming in from the east and all arrivals period. During the time there's only one runway open for inbound traffic. Visualization of the wind currently on the scale of windsock. Over there you can see it pretty erect. Viagra in the sky. Next airplane coming in is KLM flight 1406 arriving from Paris, Paris-Charles de Gaulle. In the meantime, I'm going over to the computer because I saw that Peter K just now gifted a membership. And Gauloise is the recipient of the membership. Gauloise, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Peter K, thank you so much for your generosity. Another member courtesy of you. Hope that Gauloise will enjoy the membership and say thank you for it. Peter K, thank you so much for your generosity and welcome Gauloise. This is KLM flight 1406 arriving from Paris. Flight time 51 minutes, the PHBGC. 16-year-old airplane, first flight May 2008. Embraer 190 coming in after that, arriving from Luxembourg, KLM flight 1710. Stan unfortunately has to leave because of a hockey game. If you need to play yourself, all the best. If you're going to watch, enjoy. Naomi, goedemorgen, good morning. And good morning all others who have joined. Menno, goedemorgen, good morning. And Dan asks, why did Delta A330 make a circle in front of the coast of the Netherlands? Because it is returning, it's going to land again probably. Probably an error of sorts, or maybe medical situation. However, we will see it, if all is well, pretty soon. This is another airplane inbound, flying on the downwind leg. That is KLM arriving from Las Vegas, 7879 Dreamliner. Oh, and Delta Airlines flight 49 is now gaining altitude again and flying to the south. That's interesting. Interesting situation. Now, looking around me, a lot is going on here. Also looks like the police helicopter is returning. Let's see, this is SAS flight 821 arriving from Oslo. Good morning, Julia and Tom, who are tuning in from Amsterdam, nearby Amsterdam. Good morning. Now, what else is this? This is Dispo AMS to FMM Femmingen. The D-Ispo. Hey, that's a Piaggio Avanti. Is there a Piaggio Avanti going to take off pretty soon? That would be nice, wouldn't it? Please helicopter in the meantime. Over there. I think it is now officially landing and then air taxiing to its parking spot. Yeah, air taxiing now. 7-3 KLM Embraer in the meantime landing here in the foreground. That's KLM flight 1076 having arrived from Bristol. No, it's not air taxiing, it's just ground taxiing now. And again here in the foreground, the subject that was also touched on in the chat yesterday, camera. And good morning Woody, who is tuning in from Jackson, Alabama. One go around thus far we have seen. That was an early landing aborted. Or a landing aborted early I should say. Air France flight 1444 happened around 10:30 AM local time. This is KLM flight 912 operated by German Airways, flying on behalf of KLM, arriving from Aberdeen, flight time 1 hour and 2 minutes. The Damn Woe, 17 years old, first flight somewhere in 2008, the month not specified. So 3 Embraer 190s coming in, and as Marissa indicated, a triplet of German KLMs coming in. Right, firm landing, but a good one. It's 11:52 right now. Means another METAR has been published a couple of minutes ago. Always takes a few minutes before it's also published. I'll have a look in a couple of minutes from now, see what the wind is doing. If you look around, it is mostly blue skies here. So with the exception of the wind and just a few friendly clouds, it is lovely weather here. We're even going to get 20 degrees Celsius on Thursday, or at least that's what they said on the weather report yesterday evening. That's near 70 degrees Fahrenheit if you're used to Fahrenheits. Raven Rock, good morning. And good morning Mr. Noob and Jill Bima, Mr. Stanks, and good morning all the others who have joined us. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to the primary runway for inbound traffic, runway 27. This is KLM flight 1944, arriving from Basel. 1 hour 18 minutes on the way. Hey, Dunn says that the orange flight is estimated to depart around 1:08. It landed coming back from Delhi this morning, early in the morning already. We saw it leave for Delhi yesterday. Maybe we were going to see its taxi. This airplane has a blue bottom and blue engine casings. It used to belong to BA. It's a sort of hybrid livery, if you will. Semi-BA, semi-German Airways. Flying on behalf of KLM. Oh! Windsock indicating wind now blowing more from the north. Definitely crosswind if you look at the runway heading. The runway heading is parallel to this water, this body of water. And the Avanti popped up on flight radar, that's good. I also saw it for a moment earlier. Would be nice if we were able to see it. Now, once again, I am not seeing it on my flight radar. Should be nice. Christophe asks if I can pronounce Schiphol. The Dutch SCH is sch. And that's a typical sound that you don't hear in a lot of languages. Schiphol is the proper way to say it in Dutch. This is KLM flight 1816 and number 190 arriving from Frankfurt. JP says Gesundheit. Thank you. Following the airplane smoothly is a challenge today. Not moving the camera, it's just the clouds moving so quickly. And over here we have the Dreamliner that we saw flying downwind a couple of minutes earlier. KLM flight 636. 9 hours and 25 minutes on the way to get here from Las Vegas. It's a 7879 Dreamliner, the PHBHC. No, that's not THC, but BHC, Bravo Hotel Charlie. 9-year-old airplane, first flight October 2015. Good morning, Celine. And good morning to all others. Good morning, Des. You're welcome, Christophe. Now, where is the Avanti? Once again, seeing it on flight radar. It is taxiing over there. On its way to runway 24, undoubtedly. Oh, right, let's fixate the tilt axis first. There it is. In the meantime, the next airplane coming this way is Transavia flight 5676, arriving from Ibiza, an A321neo. Here it is. 2 hours and 28 minutes on the way. It's the PHYHA. That means that this is the first airplane of Transavia's own fleet. The last letter of the registration will tell you if it is one of their own fleet or if it is a rental. If the last letter of the registration is one of the letters at the end of the alphabet, it is a rental. If it is one of the first letters, it is one of their own. Ibiza is not just an island, but it is an experience, a way of life, a lifestyle, is what they say. People say a lot though, not always listening. Next up, A350 time, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Corendon, flight 598, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. 8 hours, 15 minutes on the way, crabbing a little bit as you can see. The airplane, a year old, first flight May 2023. After this A350, we are going to see a KLM Embraer 190 that is coming in from Hanover in Germany. Oh, and there's a cute doggo over here. Hiding a bit from the wind. Johnny has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Johnny. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday and see you again on Thursday. It's 12:01. That means 5 minutes ago a new METAR was released. Let's have a look, see what wind is doing. Last time we checked the METAR, it was 22 knots blowing from the west-northwest. A refresh will tell us it's still the same METAR. So let's come back at the weather report in a couple of minutes from now, because it will be updated then. Windsock is still pretty erect. Viagra is still very much in the sky. This is KLM flight 1788 arriving from Hanover in Germany. It is an Embraer 190. Howdy Roy, goedemorgen, good to see ya. John in Black, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined us. You're all watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing next to runway 27, primary runway for inbound traffic. Primary runway for outbound traffic is runway 24. Kaagbaan, Polderbaan, runway 18 right, 36 left serves as a secondary runway for both purposes today. Only one go around that we have seen thus far. That was our France flight 1444. Happened 1.5 hours ago around 10:30. Bombardier C-Series aborted quite early, went around, landed successfully in one go on its second try. Bom dia Marcos, and welcome to the show all others. This is KLM flight 1788 arriving from Hanover. So to make things confusing, British Hopper airplanes are flying in from Germany, German Airways airplanes are flying in from the UK, all on behalf of KLM. The World to Fly Corendon A350, which landed here just now, is now taxiing towards a gate. China Southern Cargo 777 entering Dutch airspace. That is good news indeed. KLM flight 1164 arriving from Bergen. In the meantime, having arrived here, 737-800. Nice landing there. .747 from Cincinnati to Leipzig around Heemskerk. That's far to the north. And that would be somewhere over there. Oh, I think I have it. I think I may have it. It's flying over there. Yeah, good luck trying to zoom in a big chunk and follow a contrail when there is 20 plus knots of wind. Right, KLM flight 1020 arriving from Leeds next. Come in, Embraer 190. Another British Hopper Embraer. Flight time 48 minutes. Airplane is 11 years old, first flight February 2014. In the meantime, good morning to all who have joined, or good evening, good afternoon, I should say. Now 12:05 here, and 10 minutes ago, a new weather report should have been published. I think it should be updated now in the on the website I am using for the weather report. So after this landing, let's have a quick look. Carlton, goedemorgen, good morning. Nicely done, nicely done. So yeah, once again, let's have a quick look at the weather report. This is the wind on the scale of windsock. New report should have been published 5 minutes to the hour. A refresh, yeah, telling us that we still have 22 knots of wind, but now we have gusts up to 32 knots. The wind direction is still west to northwest, and that means for the runway heading, the airplane's landing, having a little bit of crosswind, mostly headwind. Still not perfectly okay. We still have few clouds at 2,500 feet. So the wind is not slowing down yet. We now have gusts upwards of 30 knots. I'm copy pasting the meter into the ticker so that you can read it back. Then I'm going back to the camera controls. Here we go. All right. Now, let's see. The next airplane coming in is going to be a Delta A330neo, arriving from Seattle. Just about visible over there. Delta Airlines flight 144. It also looks like there is a bizjet coming in from Geneva, flying downwind. Is that it? Surely it isn't. No. That's another airplane behind it. Right, so at the moment departures take place from the Polderbaan to the north and from Kaarbaan to the southwest, and all the inbound planes are arriving over here. The airplane that you see in the distance is Delta Airlines flight 144. It is arriving from Seattle, Washington, an A330neo. Behind it is an Embraer 175 KLM flight 1774 arriving from Berlin. What happened with Delta Airlines flight 48 or 49? It was descending, but now once again climbing again. Curious if we are going to see it, or if it was resuming. If it is resuming its journey. Flying over London at 32k feet. Okay, so it looked for a brief moment like it was returning, but it is resuming its journey, I'm assuming. Delta is now over England, going to the US, it seems. Okay. Well, interesting. I will be curious to learn what happened there. If anybody knows, if anybody has listened to ATC when it happened or anything, by all means, do let us know in the chat. I'm pretty sure most of us would like to know. If you are joining us only just now, welcome to the show. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It looks like we are in control for a part of what is looked at on Flight Radar for the most. We are now looking at the number 6. 473 people are looking at this airplane on Flight Radar. Rookie numbers, because we have more than that, multiple of viewers looking here. A330neo arriving from Seattle, Washington. Let's look and listen. That's how you do it. Where is Bill Peterson? This is his Delta. Landing here like a true boss. Chris Coot is also saying hi to all the viewers, and he also says if you're liking the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribe if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams in the future. Thanks for the reminder there, Chris. It seems that the loading of Suparna is done. It had its hatch open earlier, now it looks like the hatches are closed. The front door is closed as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if they are going to get a pushback pretty soon and then probably taxi off to the Polderbaan to take off. Next airplane coming in is number 175, arriving from Berlin, KLM flight 1774. An hour and 2 minutes on the way. The PHEXU is its registration. Papa Hotel Echo X-ray uniform. 7-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. Now if you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. There are a great many viewers watching here today, and a lot of them know stuff. So don't be afraid to shoot any questions into the chat. Don't be afraid to say hi. You don't have to if you don't want to, but it is always appreciated. Hey, that's good news, Marissa. Embraer Phenom 300, second for arrival. Did not look that far ahead yet. Yes, that's the airplane I was trying to find in the sky as it was passing overhead. Embraer Phenom, where is it? The bugger is so tiny, I'm struggling to find it. Is it visible yet? No. Only just visible. Embraer Phenom 300, not a very big airplane. It is coming this way, arriving from Geneva, all black, beautiful machine if you look at the picture on flight radar. 1 hour and 24 minutes on the way. It got reassigned to runway 22, so that is going to mean we are going to see it make a last minute left-hand turn to turn into runway 22 to land. That's also something that is nice to see. So it's going to follow the glide slope to runway 27 to a certain extent, then brake to the left. Mateusz is tuning in from Poland, good to see ya. Mila Perez says this airport is very busy. It certainly is, absolutely. Bigger countries have more local airfields. The Netherlands only has one since it is such a small country. Well, we have more airfields of course, but this is the main hub, basically catering to the entirety of the Netherlands. And it's also a big hub for transit passengers. People who don't have Amsterdam or the Netherlands as their destination, but who do travel via Amsterdam to a different destination. Goedemiddag, Emiel. Hey there, Avgeek Dylan. Alex, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. And Don says that I was correct about the Suparna has popped up on flight radar to go to Nanjing in China. And here we can see the airplane braking to the left. Embraer Phenom 300 landing on the Schiphol Oostbaan, runway 22. Now, over here we can see it quite well. Lovely machine in all black. Was looking if I could see Suparna still. There it is, getting its pushback. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. It is a sunny, albeit windy day here at Schiphol Airport. If you check the meter, you can see we have double-digit wind speeds, 20 knots, gusts upward of above 30 knots. One go round thus far only at 10:30. Air France flight 1444 went around, landed successfully on its second try though. This is Transavia flying in from Valencia. 737-800, 2 hours and 27 minutes on the way. 15-year-old airplane, first flight March 2010. Bom dia, Desio, and welcome to the show. All the others who've joined. Ben is tuning in from the Philippines. Welcome everybody. This is KLM flight 1294. It's a 737-700 coming in from Billund. There's another spec in the distance that is coming in from Milan. That's an EasyJet A319. In the foreground we have KLM flight 1294, 737-700 arriving from Billund, 48 minutes on the way. The PHBGM, that's Bravo Golf Mike. It is a 14-year-old airplane, first flight February 2011. And I'm hearing a GE90 being started behind me. You guys probably are picking it up on the mic as well. Apron is quite busy, as you guys can see. Quite a lot of airplanes already present. One is still missing. It has a very big tail. It is arriving from Dubai and it is Emirates flight 147. Now it is on the way. Let's have a quick look and see where it is in the sky, shall we? So looking on flight radar, and if we get an update, we ought to be able to see that the Emirates A380 is in the vicinity. It's flying over Germany. Its ETA is 12:52. Looks to be coming this way. Cargolux is also coming in. Its ETA is now 1:44 p.m. It is arriving from the west. So if there are two runways open at the time, it might go to the wrong runway. So Cargolux, I think we might, let's see, between 1 and 2 o'clock. Polderbaan is also used for arrivals, so that means that we are not going to see the Cargolux because it is going to land on the Polderbaan. However, the Emirates A380 is still expected well before 1 o'clock. So if all is well, we are going to see it. over here, we are standing over here right now. This is the runway used as secondary for inbound and outbound. This is the primary runway for inbound traffic. This is the primary runway for outbound traffic. So yeah, A380 should be coming pretty soon. And if you guys have been enjoying the stream so far, but you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to promote the channel and its content to new people like yourselves who are into streams such as these, but who haven't heard from AMS Live yet. We're still a small channel and there is a lot to gain in the world of YouTube. Your likes really help in that respect. This is Iceland Air Flight 500. It is a 767-300 arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. 2 hours and 22 minutes on the way. The TFISO. That's Tango Foxtrot India Sierra Oscar. 25-year-old airplane. First flight February 2000. Still the deal, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And thank you for the kind words. Hey there, Jim. Jim is tuning in all the way from Dubai. Nice of you to say hi, mate. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Always Running says, boy, even though I'm not in the chat, I follow you almost every time you are live. Therefore, I thank you for the shows. You're welcome, Always Running. I'm very happy to hear that you're enjoying the content, even though you might not always be an active participant in the chat. That's okay, mate. Most important thing is that you guys are enjoying the content and the banter. I think the banter is also a major part of what is nice about the channel. Dunn says that Suparna is assigned to 3-6 left, by the way, as expected. Hadi Bart, goedemorgen. This is Vueling flight 8309 coming in from Barcelona. A320, 2 hours and 10 minutes on the way. It's the ECKCU. Not KFC, but KCU. 18-year-old airplane, first flight March 2007. Good morning to you too, Ada. And welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined in the meantime. Hey, Shamrock is coming in with an A321neo. That's interesting. Nice use of the reversers there. Wind on scale of windsock currently looks like so. The sky is blue, and that is because there's Viagra in the sky, and you can see the effect it has on the windsock. Pretty erect. It's not cavalcade. We do have few clouds here. They're drifting by really rapidly. Shamrock coming in with an A321neo. Flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. 1 hour and 6 minutes on the way as we speak. The EILRC. That's Lima Romeo Charlie. 5-year-old airplane, first flight October 2019. SS Pattaya says much better here. Are you in Pattaya, Thailand? I imagine things are a bit warmer than they are over here, although we are going to get higher temperatures later in the week. Sunshine and 20 degrees on Thursday is what they said. For 80, you're right. Love is in the air, so to speak. Well, you need stimulation, otherwise the pills won't work. Oh! Is it going around or? Yeah. For a moment it looked like it might do its second attempt to touch down, but too much runway they spent at it. Go round number 2. Almost 2 hours after the first go round. That was an epic one. You guys can expect a separate video from this one. That was a nice one. Shamrock, we'll see again pretty soon. In the meantime, Chris Coot is doing cardio over here, swimming against the wind. In that respect, an example to us all. Not an example to us all when it comes to demolishing nests. Absolutely worth a short video, Gary. You betcha. Another practice lap for Shamrock coming up. In the meantime, bom dia Maria. This is KLM flight 1830, number 175 arriving from Stuttgart. Alrighty, let's see what else is in the pipeline. We have 2 airplanes coming in. There's a lot to see on the right, and we have a Chinese triple arriving from Guangzhou, China Southern Cargo on the left. Stuttgart. The banter continues. You guys were absolutely on a roll yesterday. I thoroughly enjoyed the back-to-back you guys were doing, all the play on words with the Coots. And thank you, Ladybug, who says your giggle is cute. Well, geez, thank you so much. So this is a lot to see. Embraer 195 arriving from Warsaw. Thus far, the approach is polished, as always. Flight time 1 hour and 47 minutes. It's the SPLNM. That's Lima November Mike. The airplane 11 years old, hailing from the year 2014 in a month not specified on flight radar. Let's see how they fare on touching down. Get down on it. Yeah. The landing polished as well. Absolutely beautiful. Let's quickly turn back the camera. And it is time to go to the computer. It's raining super chats here. And I want to thank you all for them. First of all, Gratje, Roadhog, thank you so much for your super chat. For a burger and a coffee afterwards. Don't tell Lisa DB, oops. Shh, I ain't saying nothing. The Modfather doesn't need to come to enforce. Thank you so much, Roadhog, Gratje, thank you so much, mate. Appreciate the generosity. And that also goes for Edelweiss, who is super stickering a video game controller posing triumphantly in between the words critical hit. Fatality. Edelweiss, thank you so much. Gratje, thank you so much. Here we have a Chinese triple coming in from China, Guangzhou, China Southern Cargo, flight 2571. Flight time 12 hours and 33 minutes. More than half a day underway. It's a 777 freighter, the Bravo 2075. First flight was in October 2009, making this airplane 15 years old. Is that a mini? Is that a mini tent? Not exactly sure what it is. There's a bigger tent in the background, by the way. Also something that I never saw before. It's on Schiphol terrain. It's not an AMS Live get-together party tent, unfortunately. but it does look like you can throw a good party in there. Now, the Emirates A380 is on the way. It's expected to come here pretty soon. Bart says, pyramids of AMSA. Yeah, indeed. KLM flight 1174, arriving from Stavanger, German Airways. 1 hour and 14 minutes ago it left. 1 hour and 14 minutes on the way, das war. That's also the registration, DAZFA. 19-year-old airplane, first flight 2006, month not specified. And Wolfgang, I already knew. Bart told me. He also told me the reasons behind it. It's a very sad thing. Now we have Transavia coming in after this. KLM arriving from Prague after that. Narrow bodies for the time being. Albert, goedemiddag. Joop, goedemiddag. Jillard says the Air France A318 baby bus is going to land within 15 minutes. That's good news. Le petit baby bus is going to arrive. Ralf, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Well, guten Tag, I should say. No longer morgen. Emirates confirmed for runway 27. Adi says, as expected, with only one runway open for inbound traffic, there can only be one. Lance Plains and more, also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Now, Jen Drosek, my friend. Where's the message? Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. There it is. Jen Drosek, celebrating 17 months of membership. Bob says, could you be loved? Bob knew it best. Mate, thank you so much for your continued support. Always a pleasure to see you in real life and in the chat. You and Lorenzo, always welcome here. Thank you for the ongoing support, my friend. Hope you still like it in the lounge. If we're running low on supplies, let me know. And I'm going to see what I can do to restock everything as quickly as possible. Thank you for the ongoing support, Jen Rosek. Both virtually and in real life when we see it again, we see each other again in person. This is Transavia flight 5630, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. The wind is a bitch today. There's no way of sugarcoating it. It makes following airplanes quite difficult to do smoothly, even with image stabilizer enabled. There is a new weather report out now. Let's have a quick look if it is updated already. Runway use, but this is the most interesting thing I want to look at. Last time we checked, wind was 22 knots with gusts up to 32. And a refresh will tell us that the wind has picked up even further. The wind now 24 knots with gusts up to 24. This is the runway the airplanes are landing at. And you can see there's a little bit of crosswind. No cavalcade. Few clouds at 2,500 feet. That is why we are not having a clear ceiling and visibility. A good visibility and ceiling, I should say. I'm pasting it into the ticker for you guys so that you can read back the weather report. And then it is back to the camera controls. The Emirates A380 in the meantime is coming this way. First up, Shamrock, next airplane to land. And the strobe waffles are flying out of the lounge, Maya says. Did somebody leave the door open? Did we forget to secure the strobe waffles firmly to the ground and to the tables? I'll put them on the groceries list, Maria. Thanks for the heads up. Next, the second attempt of Aer Lingus, the A321neo that went around just now spectacularly and of which you can expect a separate video. Attempt number 2, Aer Lingus, flight 604, arriving from Dublin, Ireland, A321neo, flight time 1 hour and 17 minutes, 5-year-old airplane, first flight October 2019. The airplane that you see behind it on the left is a wide body. That is KLM flight 765, arriving from Bonaire, an A330 from KLM. Jörg has to go. Jörg, thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, mate. Hope to see you again soon. Alrighty. Let's see. Indeed, go Shamrock, we have faith in you. Yes! Job well done. Job well done. Now let's quickly turn back the camera. We have a KLM A330 coming in next, arriving from Bonaire. KLM flight 765. Before continuing, following its landing, let me go back to the computer because I also saw that Leo G Cyber just became our latest Aurora Skylounge member. Mate, thank you for the support and the vote of confidence. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge, Leo. Now, apologies. Maria already said we are running low on stroopwafels. I will resupply them ASAP. Have one for you ready. Thank you and welcome to the Aurora Skylounge. Don't forget to use those custom emojis. There are 30 now that you can use pretty soon. Wouldn't be surprised if we are going to get 31. Jörg says we'll try to join one before departure to Thailand next week. On what day are you going to fly to Thailand, Jörg? And Patrick says you make watching fun with your narration. Thank you, great job. Thank you for the kind words, mate. I do the best I can. I'm happy to hear that you're enjoying it. Hope everybody is. Captain Wheelie. Yeah, sure, why not? What a poser. KLM A330 pilot showing how it's done. Have a look at the windsock to the right. What an impressive wheelie that was. Hadi Mario, goedemiddag kerel. Welcome to the show. Welcome everybody else who has joined in the meantime. I think our next airplane is flying over there on the downwind leg. Where did I see it? Over there. Over here we have Delta Airlines flight 164. Bit hard to see. Yeah, and if I fixate the tilt axis, the airplane moves down. It's not the best day to do far zoomed in followings of airplanes. K3 and A1 driving next to one another, doing an inspection of the runway. Toon, goedemiddag. Koodie Patootie. That is a good name. Right, KLM on the move. The A350 is being unloaded. The Fokker 100 is over there. And the general aviation platform still seems to be rather calm. Are there any people at the panorama deck? There are. You can see them, only vaguely. Dirk, goedemiddag. And Verificationer asks, how far is the A380? I was just about to head over to the computer and show you guys. Let's have a quick look and see on flight radar where we can expect the Emirates A380. It is in Dutch airspace already. It's going to land on the runway we are standing next to. It's probably going to fly this way, then that way. We're standing over here at Schiphol Airport, so won't be long before we are going to see the Emirates A380. Unfortunately, Cargolux, still flying over Ireland, has an ETA between 1 and 2 p.m. Between these 2 hours, the runway we are standing next to is not the only runway open. Polderbaan is also open during that power hour. That unfortunately means that the 747 arriving from the west is going to land at the wrong runway. Chris Coot is still doing cardio over here. And for those of you joining us, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and I'm standing here next to the McDonald's along runway 27, the primary runway for inbound traffic today. Wind is blowing firmly today. Wind in the METAR 24 knots with gusts up to 24. Blowing from the west-northwest. On the scale of windsock, it looks like so. Tom, goedemiddag, and welcome to the show, all others who have joined. So, the Delta A330 Neo is now turning in, flying just between Weesp and Diemen. And I think on paper we ought to be able to see it pretty soon from now on. Wait, no. I stand corrected. We can already see it over there. It's our next airplane, Delta Airlines, flight 164. And I can also see that Air France flight 1640 just now crossed over Schiphol Airport. That's an A318. The Petit Baby Bus. I have a visual on it as well. Let's have a look. That is the small A318, the true baby bus. The baby bus is coming. So yeah, A380 is coming, Delta is coming, baby bus is coming. If you guys are enjoying the show and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. Helps to promote the channel and its content to viewers like yourselves who are into streams like these, but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. Hey, Evan also back in the chat. Top of the morning, senor. We need more marijuana so the windsock can relax a bit. Having it erect for too long can be a bad sign. Man, you're absolutely right. I wonder if the windsock prefers to smoke its marijuana or if it prefers edibles. Leo asks if the go-around already is back. It is. It landed successfully. In reference to the Shamrock Flight 604 A321neo that went around spectacularly, I might add. The second go-around of the day. I will make a separate video of it. Don't know until when I am going to continue with this stream. For now I'm standing perfectly fine where I am. But you can expect a separate video of the spectacular go-around of the Aer Lingus later today. In the meantime, Delta Airlines Flight 164 is getting closer and closer by. It is arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 38 minutes on the way. A330neo November 423 Delta X-ray, the registration. The airplane a year old, first flight June 2023. Hey, and Pyro Team Kampe is saying that the Emirates A380 is flying above him. Colonel Chef Chris might be able to help Mr. Windsock. I thought you had something to do with that business, judging your name. Joke is right, there might be a third go-around, absolutely. You never know. Right. Verification asks if we ever saw an A380 go around. We definitely did. We definitely did from the Kaagbaan. Now, it's satisfying to know that what happened in the cockpit just now was that the pilots were called retard. If I grow up, I want to become a flight management computer on an Airbus so I can call pilots retards. What a job you have then. Right, next airplane coming in is not flown by pilots but by tap dancers. It is TAP Air Portugal arriving from Lisbon, flight 668. And I thought I was hearing a helicopter behind me, but no. Now dies. Or do I? No. Was just checking. Thought I was hearing something. TAP Air Portugal, flight 668, A321neo, arriving from Lisbon. Flight time 2 hours and 42 minutes. It is the CSTJN, Tango Juliet November, 6 years old, first flight June 2018. After that we are going to see a 737-900 from KLM arriving from Birmingham. I wonder if that is the SkyTeam livery. Haven't clicked on the label yet on Flight Radar, so always nice to see. Following the airplanes today is challenging. Hey, there's Sparta Rotterdam, goedemiddag. The laptop tent is struggling as well. I've got my utility cart on lock on one of the legs of the camping table. The camping table is holding down the blimp, which also toppled over earlier. Everything is holding while the wind is blowing. KLM flight 1044 arriving from Birmingham next, and it is a normal KLM livery, as you guys can see if you clicked on it on Flight Radar. A 737-900, 48 minutes on the way. The PHBXS Bravo X-ray Sierra. The airplane 23 years old, first flight October 2001. Tom says you need herrings. I already have them on my tripod. My tripod will never fall over. That's all I need. The rest is firm as it is. Crowdfunding for a wind fence. Yeah, and a second person who can help me erect a wind fence when it is windy, because that's going to blow away otherwise. Never enough funds. This is BA City Flyer arriving from London Stansted. It's number 190, flight time 42 minutes. 11-year-old airplane, first flight March 2014. Let's see. Air France Baby Bus is next after that. That ought to be over there. KLM arriving from Glasgow after that. Let's see, where is the A380? It is coming, but is still several minutes out. Right. BA City Flyer coming in first, arriving from London Stansted, Embraer 190. 43 minutes on the way. It's the Golf Lima Charlie Yankee Sierra. Nice practice of the alphabet. 11-year-old airplane, first flight March 2014. Baby Bus A318 coming in from Paris after that. Richard Smit, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show. JW Stijm also in the chat. I'm not sure if I already said hi to you. Welcome to everybody else who has joined in the meantime. We're awaiting the Emirates A380. It is going to land here on this runway in a matter of minutes. 2 go-rounds we've seen thus far. One, an early go-round. The other, a last-minute one, very spectacular. Shamrock Flight 604, the ladder. And you can expect a separate video of that go-around later today. The wind is blowing violently here today. 24 knots with gusts up to 34. Blowing from the northwest. That means a lot of headwind and also a bit of crosswind for the airplanes that are landing here on runway 27, which is the primary runway for arrivals here today. Secondary runway is the Polderbaan, open as 18 left, 18 right. It is also open as secondary runway for departures as 36 left. The primary runway for outbound traffic is runway 24 today. Next up, Baby Bus. And I see that Steven, aka Just Play Nuts, is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. This is Air France flight 1640. A318. 55 minutes on the way. The Fuguk Q. 18 years old, first flight December 2006. The A380 is in the vicinity of Almere, so it's creeping closer and closer by. We will see it pretty early, I expect. Once it has cleared the trees, it's probably first going to be behind the trees. As it gets closer by, it'll look like it is climbing in our sky. At some point above the trees, then we ought to be able to see it. There you go, the actual Baby Bus. Air France arriving from Paris. A318, what a cutie. 18 years old as well, Björn says. Yeah, it's a cute airplane, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Alrighty. How far away is the A380? Answer, still a bit. It's not yet on final. So we are first going to follow the landing of this airplane. KLM flight 938 arriving from Glasgow. 1 hour and 5 minutes on the way. PHBXH is the registration. Bravo X-Ray Hotel. 24 years old. Hailing from July 2000. Midvi, good afternoon, and good afternoon to all others who have joined. The A380 is upon us. Just 3, I think, more airplanes. Let's see, the A380 is now third. 2 airplanes preceding the A380. This is number 175, arriving from Frankfurt. is a 737 KLM arriving from Rome. I'm expecting the A380 to become visible shortly. Yes, there it is. It's rising like a phoenix from the ashes. Just visible above the trees just now. Gear already down. And this is KLM flight, I have to scroll back. KLM flight 1818. Embraer 175 arriving from Frankfurt. Now over here at AMS Live, airplanes preceding Quad Squad members don't get much love, and that unfortunately also applies to the 737 that is preceding the A380. KLM flight 1602 arriving from Rome. You will hear it on the mic once it passes by here in a few moments, but we are going to keep the camera focused on the King. Emirates flight 147, it is arriving from Dubai, flying over Amsterdam Southeast. Number 2 of flight radar tracked by 915 people. Rookie numbers, we have more than that watching this the stream right now. Let's get it number 1. Don't know how many we need, but I'm pretty sure that if we all stick together, we can make it number 1. Emirates flight 147 is arriving from Dubai. 6 hours and 31 minutes on the way, and that is exactly nominal. 6.5 hours. The average flight duration at this point. The airplane is 10 years old. Registration A6 Echo Oscar Alpha. First flight of this airplane was in April 2014. Noah Jens, Guten Tag. Perfect timing indeed. If you are enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It helps to bring in more people who might become regular viewers and part of our already awesome community. Your help goes a long way to promote the channel's content to people who don't know AMS Live yet, but who are into streams like these. The KLM just now landed, and the next airplane to arrive here is Emirates. Now, of course, I hope it's going to land safely, but wouldn't it be fun for us if it went around and we got to see it another time? We're already at 1177 people tracking it on flight radar, but it is still number 2. How many do we need to get it number 1? And in the meantime, the Orange Pride is in pushback to leave for Sao Paulo. Yillard says. Oh, okay. Dunn says 2161 is number 1, so we aren't going to get it into the number 1 position today, unfortunately. But we did get it into number 2, the best we can. Thank you all so much. Now the Orange Pride will leave to Sao Paulo. That's probably going to take off from runway 24. And I can already see it behind me. So after this airplane has landed, let's also have a look. Now, how loud are the reversers going to be applied? Ooh! Little bit of banking last minute. And not going around. Pity for us. Shot of the A380 and the Orange Pride. Orange Pride being pushed back. We'll leave via runway 24. and quite clearly audible royal use of the reversers by Emirates Flight 147, which is now almost at its gate already. Golf 9 is where it usually is parked. That's just a couple of minutes of taxi away from where it is now on the runway, actually. Here we have the Orange Pride, and in the meantime, let me head over to the computer and massively thank Just Play Nuts, aka Steven. Thank you so much for a very generous super chat there, mate. Cheers to your coffee. Thank you so much for your generosity there, Steven. Much appreciated. You didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Thank you so much, mate. Now, let's see. Air Baltic is coming in from Riga next. The Orange Pride has been pushed back. It's going to take off from runway 24. We have two go-rounds that took place here today. One was an early one, the other one was quite spectacular. And you can expect a separate video of that later. For those of you who are subscribed and have clicked on the bell icons, you should be informed when it drops later today. This is Air Baltic coming in from Riga. Bombardier C-Series 300, aka the A220. 2 hours and 4 minutes on the way. The airplane 8 years old, first flight December 2016. Transavia, KLM, over here, the Orange Pride. It is moving. I'm assuming it's going to make a right-hand turn and coming this way. Hey, 18 Center is opening for arrivals soon. Are they switching up runway use? That's interesting. Are they going to switch to a north-south oriented runway configuration then? Now I'm starting to get curious. Have they updated the runway use? So, Bezoek Bus, where you can find the expected runway use. Let's do a refresh and have a look and see if anything has changed. Expected runway use in the morning hours and in the afternoon. And we are now at 1 o'clock and it should be landing on Polderbaan 18 right and on Buitenveldbaan 27, and departures taking place from runway 24. So already center in use seems to be more in line with what was expected later in the afternoon, where center is going to be used but for arrivals to the north, departures to the north, and Buitenveldbaan as runway for arrivals, the primary runway. So yeah, not sure exactly what they are going to do then. In the meantime, Maria is signing off. It's bedtime for her. Maria, thank you so much for joining. Sleep well and hope to see you again later in the week on Thursday if all is well. Right, so if the center runway is going to open, we'll have to see what runway use is going to be like. First up, let's follow the airplanes that are landing. This is KLM flight 1186. It is arriving from Kristiansand. Embraer 175, 1 hour and 3 minutes on the way. 7-year-old airplane, first flight November 2017. Apparently the wind is becoming too much northwesterly for runway 24. The next airplane to arrive is still a bit further away. Gives me time to crouch back to the computer. And first of all, thank Clouds for your super chat. Beautiful A380 mate, thank you so much for the support and for the kind words. The beautiful A380, it certainly is a beautiful machine, isn't it? Now, let's also have a quick look on the current runway use and do a refresh to see what is happening. Well, according to LVNL, runway use hasn't changed yet, so let's go back to that later. Interesting to see. Curious to see what is going to happen. Right now an A319 from EasyJet is coming in, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. The Orange Sprite is going to the Polderbaan. That's interesting. So the Polderbaan is now in use for departures, and center apparently is too, or are they using center for arrivals? It's also 1:06. Let's have a quick look and see what the latest meter is saying, the weather report. So, if the screen works, we can see the last time we checked the wind was blowing from the west to northwest, 24 knots with gusts up to 34 knots. Now the wind is 25 knots and no gusts have been reported. Wind direction hasn't changed significantly. The rest is also more or less the same. Yeah, and runway 0624, yeah, it is crosswind for takeoffs from runway 24 and headwind as well. So I'm not exactly sure what is going on with the runway configuration. Let me quickly paste the meter into the ticker. The weather report, 25 knots of wind, then quickly back to the camera controls. So I'm not sure yet about runway configuration right now. Everything still seems to be coming into runway 27. This is Sky Express, arriving from Greece. Greece is bliss, but it doesn't say so on the tin of this airplane. Right, precisely land says 36 left, 2427 currently. Yeah, that's what I also saw on the LVNL website just now. So I'm wondering what is going to change, if something is going to change to begin with. Wilma is leaving. It is a pleasure to have seen you back after such a long time, Wilma. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope to see you again later in the week. Should be back on Thursday. Thank you so much for joining, Wilma. This is Turkish Airlines flight 1957. It is arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. A330-300, flight time 2 hours and 58 minutes. The TCLNE Lima November Echo. 9-year-old airplane, first flight March 2016. Nominal flight duration. Now, if the current runway configuration is going to stay in place between 1 and 2 o'clock, and this is the only runway for inbound traffic, it means that we are going to see the Queen regardless. There's a 747 coming in from Miami, Florida. Its ETA last time we checked was 1:45. Now, if this is the runway configuration that is going to stay in place between 1 and 2, that bodes well for seeing a second 747 within an hour. In the meantime, Papi Chulo, thank you so much for your super chat. Much appreciated. No accompanying text along with it, but that's okay. Thank you so much, Papi Chulo. Much appreciated the support. It also looks like the black Embraer Phenom 300 that we saw land on runway 22 earlier is preparing to go to Turin later. Right, precisely tune says 36 left, 36 center and 27 now with 36 center and 27 for inbound. Okay, if that's the case, we are probably not going to see the 747 then. Right, let's have another look at Flight Radar in a few moments. Flight Radar, the runway use. KLM flight 1754 over here, arriving from Hamburg. That's a 737-700, 43 minutes on the way. The PHBGG, Bravo Golf Golf, 16 years old, first flight March 2009. So with 36 center also open as secondary runway for inbound traffic, it means that everything arriving from the west will go to center and everything arriving from the east will go to 27. Viagra is still in the air, you can see it. The windsock is showing quite clearly. Right, again, let's have a quick look then. So, runway configuration at the moment now looks unchanged. Current, right, that's false. It is the same configuration as was already expected for 320. So runway 27 and center, arriving traffic, and runway 36 left now for departures. Cool. If all is well, the ticker is now showing the current and proper runway use. Now, I am receiving a notification from PayPal just now of a donation by Zbigniew Polit. I hope I somewhat properly pronounce your name. I am so sorry if I mispronounced it. Zbigniew Polit, thank you so much for your generosity and for your generous donation via PayPal just now. I hope you are still watching the stream so that you can hear me say thank you. Mate, thank you so much, mate. The next airplane coming in, KLM flight 1232, arriving from Göteborg. That's a 737-700. And also a massive big thank you to Noah Jens, who is just now super chatting or super stickering a hippo character, repeatedly pointing to the streamer while chanting "Git God." Thank you so much for your generosity there, Noah Jens. Much appreciated. I'm doing the best I can and I'm glad that you are apparently enjoying the content. I hope that goes for everybody. Leave another like if you are enjoying the stream but you haven't already. It really helps to promote the channel and its content and new viewers. Next airplane coming in is KLM flight 1232, arriving from Göteborg. It's a 737-700. 1 hour and 4 minutes on the way. 15-year-old airplane. Gently touching down. Nice use of the reversers there. Right. Mercer says it looks like the Embraer Phenom is taxiing to the boulder run. Yeah, there it is. What a beautiful machine, isn't it? Hey, Aeromo is also back in the chat, checking out, tuning in from Phoenix, Arizona. Just waking up, good morning. Hey there, Keenan. Goedemiddag, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined us in the meantime. Windy day here at Schiphol Airport, even though the sun is shining and we have a few clouds over here. 2 go-rounds. One early aborted landing from Air France. Flight 1444 happened around 10:30. Quite early a portion of the landing. It did land successfully on its second attempt. The second go-round was a last-minute one from Aer Lingus, flight 604, around 11:30, or was it 12:30? It was a pretty one. I'm going to make a separate video of it. Papichulo asks, how long are you going to stay live? Well, until it is no longer interesting, and by that I mean if there are no if it's just narrow bodies end to end and no wide bodies coming in between, that's probably a good moment for me to wrap up. I'm expecting the stream to continue until 2 o'clock or so. Maybe a bit later, maybe a bit earlier. It depends on the traffic flow. Now, let's see. And Bert in Dutch says, first time I'm watching and I'm enjoying it. Thank you. Don't know a lot about aviation, but it is super interesting. I also have a fear of flying and this helps to deal with it. Bert, dankjewel voor je aardige woorden. Thank you for the kind words. Happy to oblige in that way. Don't be afraid to say hi if you are new to the channel, just like Bert did. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. There are a lot of people watching. Many of them are knowledgeable. They're all friendly. Chris Coot also says hi. He says, if you like the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. Would be nice if we were to break through 1,000 likes in the duration of the stream. It helps to promote the channel and its content to new aviation fans like yourselves. We're also into streams like this. And with that, Chris is now entering land to have a nibble on the grass. In the meantime, Transavia over here is approaching runway 27, arriving from Malaga. Alright, now looks like we are going to see a number 175 arriving from Gdansk in the first position, and in the second position we have a Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena. So this is KLM flight 1304 and number 175 arriving from Gdansk. KLM flight 749 is still a bit further away. I'm struggling to see it, but it's still behind the trees Oh no, just became visible. There it is. KLM flight 749, 787-10 Dreamliner, which is arriving from Cartagena. Howdy Jurgo, welcome to the channel. Jurgo says in Dutch, good afternoon from the center of Amsterdam. This helps me to wake up. Absolutely beautiful. Duncan, good afternoon. Duncan is watching from a dull Aberdeen. I hope that the stream from Amsterdam can cheer you up a little bit, make it a bit more lively. Matthijs, good afternoon. How are you doing? I'm doing fine, thank you for asking. How are you doing? Ape here, goedemiddag. And Mark and Misha, his son, are enjoying from the footage back in Suriname. Nice of you to say hi, Mark. Greetings to Micha or Misha. Micha? Micha or Misha? Probably one of the two is the right pronunciation. So, let's see. Narrowbodies. But Qatar 777 arriving from Doha and Saudi are entering Dutch airspace. Those are still arriving. And after this airplane has landed, we are going to see a 787-10 Dreamliner from KLM arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing next to runway 27, aka the Buitenvelderbaan, named for the village, the part of the city called Buitenveldert that is in line with this runway, just north of Amstelveen and just south of the A10 highway. Primary runway for arrivals today. We've seen 2 go-rounds and we saw the A380 land here. And also a massive big thank you to Papi Chulo for just now becoming our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. You now have access to 30 custom emojis. Be sure to use them however you see fit. You're not allowed to spam in this channel's chat, but you are allowed to use custom emojis to your heart's desire, whatever you want. KLM flight 749 arriving from Cartagena. 787-10 Dreamliner, 9 hours and 22 minutes on the way. The PHBKF. The airplane is 5 years old. First flight December 2019. And after that we are going to see KLM flight 1630 arriving from Venice, a 737-800. Gust of wind. Viagra is still very much in the sky over here. The laptop tent is also struggling to keep upright. In the meantime, also a contrail over here in the sky, not too far away. It's coming this way. It is a twin jet by the looks of it. Is that Lufty? Looks like an Airbus, doesn't it? Small narrow body. Big picture overview. The sun is shining, we have friendly clouds. It's just windy today. And only today. Tomorrow, normalcy is going to come back again to the Netherlands. Next airplane to arrive over here is KLM flight 1630. Coming in from Venice in Italy. 1 hour and 38 minutes on the way. The PHBXD, Bravo X-Ray Delta. 25-year-old airplane, first flight August 1999. Dow asks if the Emirates already arrived. It did. It landed here in one go successfully. Unlike Air France Flight 1444 and Shamrock Flight 604 that both went around today. The only two go-arounds of today. The last one was very spectacular. Alright, now we have to wait a little bit. The next airplane is approaching and is arriving from Budapest. Let's see, Qatar and Saudi are also arriving. And after that we have to wait for a while. Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Dubai over German heartland in the vicinity of Kassel, but that is a long distance away from the other wide bodies that are coming. Which runways have the Qatar and Saudi Dreamliner been assigned to? Because I see them flying a bit more to the south than I would have thought if they were going to go to runway 27, or are they coming in directly? Qatar arriving from Doha and Saudi flight 215. Which runways have they been assigned to? Are they coming in for runway 27? Or are they going to center? Because I think they fly pretty southerly already. Makes me wonder, are they going to go to center? Cargolux 747 assigned to Buitenveldert. What are you talking about, W? And Ricardo is flying it. Are you flying? Are you communicating to us via via the cockpit? Hey, that's nice. Cargolux 747 assigned to Buitenveldert, W says. Huh? Ah, Starlink. Okay. So Ricardo is flying the Qatar 777 to runway 27. That is good. 747 assigned to runway 27. That is interesting. Cargolux flying west of us, arriving from Miami, but not going to the center runway. That is information. Information that is interesting. That is information. Awesome. Well, in that case I'm going to stick around until those three wide bodies have landed. It does look like after that we are going to have to wait a long period before another wide body is coming in. Qatar, Saudi and Cargolux are all coming to runway 27. That is good news. That is good news. Now in the meantime, our next airplane is on the glide slope. KLM flight 1364 arriving from Budapest. Vaguely visible still, but there it is. And then he says, I probably didn't pay enough attention, but we have a new emoji. No, that's just a temporary placeholder. We do have 2 new emoji slots, and these are just temporary to make sure that they don't disappear when we ever drop below the threshold needed for that number of emoji. So that's just a temporary one. It was originally only for King's Day, but since we needed placeholders, I figured why not use this one instead. Right after the Cargolux 747, another 777-200 from United coming in from Newark. Well, worthwhile sticking around for. I'm wondering what the order of appearance is going to be. It looks like the 747 is going to arrive later than the 2 wide bodies arriving from the east will, but you never know. So yeah, slowly but surely the airplanes to runway 27 are approaching. There's another airplane from SAS that should be behind the KLM arriving from Budapest. I think it is over there. If they don't have their landing lights on, it can be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Very hard to see. The wind is relentless here today. The following is not very precise. That is courtesy of the wind. Ahmed, mate, thank you so much for your vote of confidence and for becoming our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, mate. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many members have gone before you and they'll happily show you around. Ahmed, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Now this is KLM flight 1364. It is arriving from Budapest in Hungary. Right? That's Hungary, right? Where's my geography now failing me? Having arrived here after an hour and 51 minutes of flight, the next airplane is SAS flight 557, an A320neo arriving from Stockholm. And it is Hungary. Right. Well, I am also Hungary. Looking at those golden arches all throughout the stream doesn't help in that respect. SAS A320neo coming in next, flight 557 arriving from Stockholm, 1 hour and 34 minutes on the way. The Serot, S-E-R-O-T, 5-year-old airplane, first flight October 2019. It's 1:32 right now, and that probably means a new meter has been released. Let's have a quick look and see what the weather report is saying. Last time we checked, 25 knots of wind. A refresh tells us that the wind is now 23 knots with gusts still up to 34. Few clouds at 2,400 feet. The wind direction hasn't changed significantly. So yeah, not much has changed. In the meantime, I see that we are almost at 1,000 likes. Thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen, for the support. Your likes really help to promote this content and its awesome community to new viewers who are also into aviation streams like this and who might be interested in joining us if they only knew about the existence of the channel. That BizJet after Turin, not too far away, passing overhead, not seeing it. I do see a quad-engined contrail right there. Lufty A380 by the looks of it, if I had to guess. And over here we have SAS coming in from Stockholm. A320neo flight 557. Looks like we have crossed the 1K likes. Thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen. That really means a lot to me. brings in new people more easily. The more likes, the more likely people will see the thumbnails of the channels. Might click on it, they might stick around and grow our already awesome community even bigger. Next is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Munich, the PHNXI, 1 hour and 13 minutes on the way. 3-year-old airplane, first flight February 2022. Now let me quickly go back to the computer and massively thank, I was about to say think, Just Play Nuts, aka Steven, for a very generous super chat there. 1K likes his party. Thank you so much there, Steven. You didn't have to do that, but thank you so much. 1K, thank you so much. And what a smooth landing this is. KLM pilot showing how it's done, how it's supposed to be done. The sky is blue from all the Viagra and you can see the effect it has on windsocks. Now also a massive big thank you to Uffel80 who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Uffel, thank you so much. That is very kind of you. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you just now will thank you for it. Don't forget to use the custom emojis that you have at your disposal now, guys. Don't forget to say thank you to Uffel80 if you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships. Hey, Gary Grebe is also here. We don't only have Gary in Amsterdam in the chat, but Gary Grebe, the mother ducker, dove under just now, didn't he? He's also swimming here. Where is he going to re-emerge? That's always the question. It's a bit hard to see with all the reflections of the sunshine. There he is. Mother ducker. I wonder if this is one of the 2 that we also saw earlier in the stream. Not in the stream, earlier in the week. The vigorous nest builder. Frank also back in the chat. Good afternoon. Hope you are bringing us good news. Welcome to all the others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching Amos Live and this is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Krakow. Now, speaking of Gary from Amsterdam, he just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much. You did not have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Thank you so much for your generosity, Gary. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from whoever will thank the gifter for it. You have custom emojis at your disposal now for a month. Use them however you see fit. Gary, thank you so much, mate. Much appreciated. You really didn't have to do it, but you went ahead and did it anyway. This is KLM flight 1324 arriving from Krakow, and after that we are going to see Qatar with Ricardo behind the wheel coming in from Doha. Peppy Pittel, servus, that's a long time. Peppy Pittel aus Innsbruck, wieder zurück. That is a long time no see. Hope all is well, mate. Now, Ricardo, who was also in the chat earlier here, he is piloting this airplane. Qatar Airways, flight 273, arriving from Doha, 777-300, 6 hours and 6 minutes on the way. The A7BEP, that's Bravo Echo Papa. 7-year-old airplane, first flight October 2017. You can see there is a bit of crosswind. The airplane is crabbing a little bit. That means that the wind is blowing from the northwest. It gives me a moment to thank GE, who is tuning in from Ridgeway, Pennsylvania, USA. Great stream again, he writes. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here today on a windy day, and thank you for the kind words and your generous super chat. I'm happy to hear that you are enjoying the stream, and I hope that goes for everybody. Quickly back to the camera controls. The wind is picking up a little bit. Everything still seems to be standing here. Earlier, my utility card, which I forgot to put on the brake, started driving towards the water. Howdy Guido, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Here we go. Oh. Right main gear. Briefly coming off the ground again. That was a lovely landing to see there. And cargo Lux arriving from Miami. Should be flying somewhere to the south. Looking on flight radar. I am looking to see if I can spot it visually. I don't have it. It is coming. It is coming though. Patience is a virtue. Sooner or later they're all going to come this way. This is KLM flight 1776, an A321 from KLM, arriving from Berlin. Fax C, we already saw Fax D earlier. This is Fax C, 58 minutes of the way. Brand new airplane, first flight November 2024. After that we are going to see the Saudia Dreamliner arriving from Jeddah. In the meantime, thank you so much, Edelweiss, for your generous super chat. Unaccompanied by any words, but that's okay. You don't have to. Thank you so much for your generosity, Edelweiss. Thank you so much. Next up, KLM flight 1776, arriving from Berlin, and after that we are going to see Saudia flight 215, arriving from Jeddah. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner. Mercer says that Fax B is also coming in soon. Are we going to see it as over here as well? That means 3 out of 4 that we are going to see. It was a bit tippy-toey, but there you go. Similar to the Qatar right main gear, lifting briefly. Let us quickly turn around. Saudia flight 215 is arriving from Jeddah, and it is in the new standard livery. That's the white with green, which in my personal opinion looks way better than that old livery does. I think a lot of you agree. Now, where is that 747? 747 Cargo Lux. The wind is relentless. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. I'm going to fixate the tilt axis, otherwise you guys are getting seasick. Right, United Airlines flight 70 arriving from Newark is also approaching. That was also assigned to runway 27, right? Right, this is Saudia flight 215 arriving from Jeddah. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner. 5 hours and 45 minutes on the way. 4-year-old airplane, first flight November 2020. Let's see how it does. Simply solid. Absolutely lovely. Right, Queen is next. Means that we are probably going to skip the airplane that is next to land here. That's the fate of airplanes preceding Quad Squad members, because we can see Her Majesty turning in. Cargo Lux arriving from Miami, Florida. Now number 2. She's just now She just now turned in, flying over southeast of Amsterdam, where I used to live, near the Arena Stadium, which is a bit further to the north, but it's also... No, wait. it's right on course, of course. It's going over Duivendrecht Station. Wind is relentless over here. Oudekerk almost. Oudekerk aan de Amstel, but no, not over Oudekerk. Oudekerk is more to the south. If you look at flight radar, there's a body of water a bit to the south of where the airplane is, and Oudekerk is right next to it. It's flying over Amstelveen and Buitenveldert. Second 747 of the show, now number 1 on flight radar, tracked by 1188 people. It is arriving from Miami, Florida. 7 hours and 52 minutes on the way. The LXECV, that's Echo Charlie Victor. 16 years old, first flight March 2009. And it is crabbing. Going back to the top end of optical zoom. Really need to fixate the pen and tilt axis as much as possible to keep the footage as stable as I can. Hello there, Hector, who is tuning in from Honduras. Buenos dias. Hey there, Panuvat. And indeed, John, if you just returned perfectly in time. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Cargolux arriving from Miami, Florida. On windy Schiphol Airport. A little bit of crosswind, it's mostly headwind. I'm expecting a loud landing with reversers being applied. Z9 saw it as well, wing flags. Yeah, the wind was creating quite a bit of wing flags. And you can see by the windsock in the foreground, there's quite a bit of wind over here. Now, I'm also going to stick around until United Airlines Flight 70 has landed, arriving from Newark. It is flying on the downwind just to the northeast of us. And I'm already looking to see if I can spot it, but I don't have it visually just yet. Yeah, so if you look around, the sun is shining quite abundantly. Few friendly clouds. Was that already there? I think it was, or was it? Next airplane to come in is from Egypt Air. Crab like an Egyptian. An A321neo arriving from Cairo. 4 hours and 29 minutes on the way. It's the SUGFV. That's Golf Foxtrot Victor. The airplane a year old, first flight July 2023. Emirates Sky Cargo above Apeldoorn. Right. So in the meantime, Emirates Sky Cargo also in Dutch airspace. Has it been assigned to runway 27? It probably has, hasn't it? Worthwhile sticking around for then. Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Dubai. So yeah, there you go. As long as the wide bodies keep coming and you don't have to wait too long, it's interesting to stick around for. particularly on a windy day like today. Carol Ann also back in the chat. Welcome to everybody who has joined in the meantime. This is Egypt Air arriving from Cairo, A321neo. Let's see how it does. Oh, you can see the crosswind. That's the third airplane now within 15 to 20 minutes that is raising its right main gear during the landing. In the meantime, 747 over there, making its way over to its apron stand, going via the runway of the terminal building. Let's see, it's probably been a while since we last updated the meter. It is renewing again with another update in a couple of minutes from now. Is this still the same? Don't know if it is. It's not showing anything different. Still 23 knots of wind with gusts up to 34. Suppose there isn't a new one out yet. So it's a windy day still, and the wind speed pretty constant all throughout the stream. Third A321neo from KLM that we are seeing today. This one is arriving from Persenchester, KLM flight 1032. 47 minutes of flight time. And this is the FAXB, PHAXB. Even some news of the reversers there. Next airplane coming in is United Airlines Flight 70, arriving from Newark. That is a 777-200. Already visible over there. United Airlines Flight 70. 6 hours and 5 minutes on the way. It's a 777-200. 28 years old. November 782. Uniform Alpha is the registration. First flight of this airplane was in February 1997. February 1997. I still had 3 years of middle school to go. Wonder what you guys were doing back in 97. I had 3 more years to go before going to university. In the meantime, Vincent has to go. Vincent, thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Hope to see you again in another one. Satori also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope you've been well. I wonder if the next airplane after this is going to be the Emirates, because I'm not seeing anything in the vicinity between it and this airplane. Wolfgang says that the Hawker Beechcraft 400 is coming to me. Where is it flying? Oh, it's the BizJet arriving from Budapest. That is now just now entering Dutch airspace. Qatar flight 8151 coming in from Chicago. Which runway is it going to go to? Probably center, right? Here we have United coming in from Newark, 777-200. The wind is pounding relentlessly against the camera, makes the following a bit challenging, not as smooth as I would have liked. Hey, Qatar Cargo is coming to runway 27 because center is already closed again. That's good news, Marissa. Worthwhile sticking around for then. Right, now we need to look further away, really far away. There's no airplane coming just yet. I think we might get to see, well, no, or yes, maybe. Are we going to see an inspection of the runway? This is not the runway, but it would be an appropriate moment to do so, since we are waiting for the next airplane, which is still pretty far away. Still a couple of minutes out. Karabaan and Polderbaan takeoff. Now runway 27 is the only runway in use for inbound traffic. Well, to fly A350 is getting stocked with food. In preparation of a new departure to Curaçao. And it also goes for this airplane. Hey, Ricardo! Nice landing, mate! See you next time! There's the old tower and the Fokker 100 that is standing in front of it. Hans asks what those inspections are for. They serve to scan the runway for any debris, bird remnants, also bits of airplane that might have fallen off or anything that can be sucked into an engine and is posing a risk to the integrity of the airplane and the engine. They're scanning for it and they're getting rid of anything that might be sucked into an engine that could pose a danger. Emirates is coming, a couple of minutes out. Ahmed is saying we can see it on flight radar, and I think we are a few minutes away from being able to see it. Right now it is still too far away to see. In the meantime, K1 driving along here on the taxiway, or not the taxiway, but the road that they usually travel on. Let's see. How is the DJI mic doing? I think I am going to connect my USB cable to the receiver, which is running a bit low. If all is well, nothing is changing on your end. Although I am now powering up my DJI receiver. Right. Two airplanes of interest are approaching. Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Dubai World Center, which is now approaching. And pretty soon after that, Qatar is also arriving. Turning around the camera to see if we can maybe spot Emirates already. And the answer is yes. Yes, we can. There it is. Poet says, hi, I'm new here. Back in 97 I was still liquid, born in 03. And already you have a name in honor of a day in honor of your name, Poets Day. I learned the other day. Right. Now Satori, the Beast of the East, has already landed. This is Emirates Sky Cargo. It is a mere 777 freighter. Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Dubai World Center, 6 hours and 21 minutes on the way, which is a bit ahead of schedule, but within the range of normal operations. 6.5 hours usually the time between Dubai and Amsterdam at this point. The airplane is 2 years old. The A6EFU Echo Foxtrot uniform. Dan asks how many go-arounds already. Only 2. One not so spectacular, an early abortion of the arrival by Air France flight 1444. There was an A220 arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle. The second one was very spectacular, and I'm going to make a separate video of it. That was Shamrock flight 604, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. It was also an A321neo. It almost landed and then it went around. It was really nice to see. I will make a separate video out of that one, so you can expect that later today, guys. Qatar is coming in from Chicago, flying downwind still, slowly but surely coming this way. Alpha Bravo Coot Delta Echo Foxtrot Golf. Indeed. Frank knows what's up. Here it is coming. Emirates Sky Cargo flight 9906, now number 6, now number 7 on flight radar, tracked by 465 people. 777 freighter, 6 hours and 23 minutes on the way, 2 years old. And pretty soon thereafter we are going to see Qatar Cargo, which is arriving from Chicago O'Hare. Looks like there are going to be 2 Embraers in between the 2 triples. The 2 Embraer and an Embraer 190, both from KLM. Patrick Denneman says in Dutch, lovely live stream, top. Also the background info of the airplanes, thumbs up. I'm glad to hear that you are liking it, and I hope everybody is. If you haven't done so already, but you are liking the streams, don't forget to leave another like. It really helps to promote this channel and its content to aviation fans like yourselves who are into streams like these. Chris Coot, swimming with the wind, but still using a very aerodynamic shape, as if it is trying to minimize the drag. You have to make yourself big, catch as much of the tailwind as you can. Right. Now, I don't see any other wide bodies in the immediate vicinity after the Qatar has landed. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing any wide bodies coming in after the Qatar has landed, so I think I will wrap up the stream after that landing. The wind is pounding relentlessly. If I zoom in too much, it becomes a very stuttery, shaky footage. Over here we have an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bilbao in the north of Spain. And that is an hour and 55 minutes of flight away, the PHNXL. The airplane is 2 years old. The first flight was in May 2022. Here it comes. Let's see, Embraer 190 arriving from Trondheim. And if you look closely on the far left, you can see the Qatar triple. Slowly but surely it is drifting this way. KLM flight 1152, it is arriving from Trondheim. 15 years old, first flight July 2009. An hour and 40 minutes on the way to get here. Okay. Okay. Is it going to runway 24? I think it's going to runway 24. Yeah, it's going to runway 24 is what is happening. This is something that we see happen quite regularly. Always looks spectacular. They're landing on runway 24. They're using the glide slope of 27 until they need to make a left-hand turn and land on runway 24, which is an interesting choice given the prevailing wind. Alright, last airplane of the day, Qatar Cargo coming in from Chicago. Flight 8151, 7 hours and 7 minutes on the way, 777 freighter, the Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Sierra. The airplane is 5 years old, first flight September 2019. The wind is still pounding, you can see the wings flex up and down. Here it comes, there we go. No issues whatsoever. Now that was it for me for today, guys. Last airplane of the day this was. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. Even though it was windy, I had a great time and I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. If you enjoyed the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new viewers, people like yourselves, into aviation streams like these, but who haven't come across the channel yet. A massive big thank you for all the support, the likes, another stream with more than 1,000 likes. Awesome, thank you all so much. That'll surely help to bring in new viewers. Massive big thank you to everybody who supported in other forms, by gifting memberships, becoming a member yourself, by super chatting, by PayPal donations, and by merch store purchases and whatnot. You guys rock, you guys are what makes this channel great. I hope to see you all on Thursday. Of course, a massive big thank you lastly to the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. You guys are the best. I am very happy with every one of you. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Stay safe, don't get blown away. Hope to see you all on Thursday when it's going to be 20 degrees C perhaps. See you then, bye for now, take care.